Hello to everyone. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. And right now, you give me a moment. I'm going over the emails.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Oh, just fine. Just want to make sure.
Yes. And for those of you that's on the live stream through YouTube, you will be able to actually speak if you go to the Zoom meeting room. And once again, I'm just shooting out registration numbers. So give me 1 second. Sure. What the heck?
I'm getting ready to help you here just a minute.
Okay. So everyone that's here, if any of you have any questions that you would like to ask, feel more than free to do so.
Oh, shucks.
While we're waiting for a few more minutes, we're dedicated, given 20 minutes for the individuals coming on to actually hear what it is that we were doing through the announcement. And to actually get their emails in. Hello, everybody coming on to YouTube.
Can you hear me coming through?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. And if there's anyone that has more than one person that's going to be using your username that would like to participate, then let us know as well. While, again, individuals are coming in, I just want to let you all know that, as you already know, of course, this is our first, and hopefully this will be our first of many. Um, okay, for those of you that's on YouTube, so if you're able to shoot an email and let us know that you're going to be participating with either nominating or voting so that we can give you a number. This is necessary, and this needs to be done so that we will have valid documentation to support the actual election. For any and every election, you have to have registration, which will back up the persons that were involved. We can have an election without identifying anyone. However, that election will be an unlawful election. So for those that are going to be either nominating or you wish to be nominated, it is necessary to allow your information to be known, if by nobody else, at least by us, so that we will have that information and we will be able to verify with whatever authorities were to seek that information. That information will not go to anybody else. However, at this time, for anyone that would like to serve in any role, it's going to be necessary for you to not worry about who knows who you are. We cannot have or use anybody in any of the positions who, at this point in time going forward, would like to remain anonymous. This information, once you are dealing with a nomination, once you are elected, the board of directors, that information will need to go public at some point. And it's going to be beneficial and necessary for us to just begin now. So if there's anybody that has any issues with individuals knowing who you are, then you may want to give some thought to that before you accept a nomination. There should not be any reason for hesitancy or skepticism at this point in time. With this particular meeting, everyone needs to know and be aware of the fact that we're not replacing anybody immediately. We're not replacing anyone officially. This is a just in case type scenario. So in the event that the authorities, the powers that be, the regulating agencies or the courts support this course of action, we will already have ready to actually go and step forth to actually tell them that we have a board of directors that we're ready to go ahead and to begin reconstructing the organization. With that in mind, I'm checking again just to make sure. Someone actually sent me a clip of a video of a congregation, a congregation actually voting out their pastor. Thank you for that, and you know who you are. But yes, everything that we're doing, whether you're aware of it or not, is 100% legitimate. It's all legal. And I've been sharing this information with people throughout this time so that you will know that we are doing things step by step legally. So that, again, we will be able to share with the authorities and let them know that we're ready. This they may seek, this they may want to know, and this they may even ask. But we want to go in prepared as best as possible. If you don't have a registration number and you're wanting to participate, then you need to email me so that I can issue your registration number. This right now, it sounds amateur, and that's because it is. We're using what it is that we have. This is far more than necessary. And this is something, what we're doing is something that I don't think a lot of courts or regulating agencies have seen. Most of the time, individuals wait for an order. And that order that's given to them is to let them know what they're needing to do. I have not, in my experiences, waited for individuals. I have myself just simply gone forward with doing the things that I know is coming up. And I've had tremendous success in that area because I was told to go ahead and go forward with what you have. So even though this is the case, it's outside the norm, but even though that is the case, once again, I want to let you all know that this is absolutely allowed. And let me pull up the offices that we're going to be voting on. This is an emergency governance reset. An emergency governance reset. And this is due to a rogue leadership wherein we have now dismissed the entire leadership of our organization indirectly. And right now, because we have not been able to go through the organization, we've been waiting for the former leaders or anyone else to get in touch, even though I'm not seeking to have another meeting with them. Tonight's meeting is for the election, and the election tonight is for a replacement board of directors. On this board, we're going to be looking at anywhere from 8 to 15 people. And primarily, we're going to be looking at a president, a vice president, a secretary. This is a recording secretary. The recording secretary will be dealing with records. They will not be dealing with finance. Finances will be dealt with by a treasurer. We will be electing a treasurer as well. And they're not going to be collecting or taking any monies as of yet. They're not going to be taking over any accounts as of yet. But the treasurer, most importantly, will be overseeing the finances and the budgeting and the accounting and the financial reports. They chair the financial committee. This is going to be a huge undertaking for whoever it is that's in this position, because immediately, once we are given the green light, the financial portion, the treasurer will need to be ready to begin the process of getting their hands on the records. Now, those things are going to be done for them. And those things, they're going to have a team of individuals. So we will be given a little bit of time to do whatever it is that we need to do. For the individuals that are there right now, they have not complied with any of our requests because they're not taking it seriously. Many of our own members don't think that this is serious. However, it is what it is. Right now, we may be looking like amateur night, and we do look like amateur night. And it looks like this is all just a hoax or a joke or what have you. Well, the joke is going to be on everybody within the organization that does not take this seriously. And when this goes before the authorities and they make a decision and a ruling, then everyone, unfortunately, will understand the seriousness of what it is that we're doing. And it should not take all of that. We should be now, especially at this point in time, ready to actually engage whatever it is that needs to be engaged so that we can move forward. This is the season where in the organization they have pastors' anniversaries, and while preparing for so-called holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's, there's not a lot going on within the organization other than the former bishop. His usual itinerary includes visiting different houses around the holiday season, these times, and he may make a few stops in between the other houses as well, local congregations. The problem with that is this. As of the date where I read the declaration, any activity taking place and going on where these individuals are utilizing these titles and utilizing the offices or the powers that come with the titles and office, they're going to have to answer to the authorities later. So I cannot be any more transparent than what we have been. And what I'm saying is, for those individuals that don't think that this is serious, okay, you're at risk. You take a chance in doing anything that you want to do and being held accountable by the authorities later. So every single pastor that goes out to the houses of prayers and sit in those seats, and you have authority as a pastor, in your mind, you will be just as liable as the former bishop. And this goes to the council. All of the former judges, former apostles, every single one that has been dismissed from their position according to our declaration. And why is it likely that they will sustain the action that we took? Because the organization's leadership has literally had an entire year of meetings. We've had over 60 meetings that they could have called us forward and entertained any of these concerns, and they did not. So even though I may sound like a broken record, I'm doing this so that everybody is aware of what it is that we're talking about, because we are still not officially in charge of the organization. The problem with that is that the members that are still there participating and cooperating with the former administration, they're not being told anything about this. So even that may be looked at as criminal activity. The former bishop of the House of Prayer, the former council of the House of Prayer, the former General Assembly Secretary and his assistant, and all the former ministers should have been preparing the members of the organization by letting them know that this is going on, that this is taking place. They should have been letting them know all year, instead of the former bishop telling all of the members to stay off of YouTube. That is the absolute worst thing that could have been done, because apparently YouTube has been the platform for the members to find out what's going on. And if we had to take these steps in order to have concerns brought forward, then my hope is that you all understand that's why this has been necessary. So besides the four, president, vice president, in that order, secretary, recording secretary, and treasurer, in that order, the next will be 8 regional representatives. These 8 regional representatives will be broken up amongst the organization, where each one will have a specific portion of the organization as an overseer to look after what's taking place, to ensure that there's compliance, COMPLIANCE. Compliance means to be in line with the laws, to be in line with your own constitution. To comply is to obey. To be non-compliant means you're outside of the law. You do not want to be non-compliant. We need everybody to be compliant with what's going on throughout the entire organization. The fact that we are nationwide makes it that much more important that everyone is compliant with what's going on throughout the organization. For those of you that's just coming on, welcome. And you want to make sure that you email We Stand for Right at Gmail. We Stand for Right 2024. Don't forget the year, 2024 at gmail.com. Let us know that you will be participating in the election that's about to begin with nominees, and the nominations coming up as well. We will issue you a registration number. That number is necessary in order to participate. So the way that this will work is your username serves as a partial ID. The username, if you're going to type, your username serves as a partial ID. Your registration number that you have received from your email, that number you need to identify with your vote or with your nominee. Number whatever nominates such and such. Number whatever vote for such and such. If you're on the Zoom, you can actually speak, and you can actually use the icon to wave your hand or raise your hand. And if you do that, then we have you as well. But once again, if you do not have a registration number, then you're not going to be able to vote. You're not going to be able to nominate. So in order to get that, you want to email. For those of you that are still skittish and you still have questions about your identification, well, I don't want nobody to know anything. That is 100% okay. You can remain anonymous. You can continue. You can continue to take part in the meeting and listen into the conversation and the information. However, you won't be able to participate. All participants need to have a registration number. And I cannot stress that enough. As we go forward, even when the organization has been turned over, these instructions will be going out to everybody that's participating. You need to have a registration number. Outside of that number, we will have all of your information. It's the same as within the organization. Whenever you send in your names from the local congregations to the General Assembly Committee, they have everything about you personally that they need to meet the requirements as set forth by the laws of the land. We need to do everything to be in compliance with the laws of the land. Those 8 regional representatives, they will be making sure that we are all compliant with the laws of the land. Going back, the secretary, as well as the treasurer, does not have to be a male. They can be a sister, they can be female. The requirements for them does not have anything that dictate that they should be male. So those are 2 positions that ordinarily so far throughout the General Assembly that we've seen in the organization. Every single position that I'm aware of, and I haven't seen any come before me, has been filled by the men in the organization. If there are sisters currently serving in any of these capacities, any of these roles, then what I'm saying to everyone is we are not aware of who they are. That too is a problem, because if there are sisters serving in that role or whatever capacity and they are hidden, then what that means is there is a secret governing body within our organization, which is also illegal. If what I'm saying is correct, then also understand all of these positions have been filled by men. 2 positions so far, treasurer and secretary. We have also at-large board members. And the at-large board members can be male or female. We need to have, at minimum, 1 that is a sister. And this is by suggestion, because there may be sensitive issues that come up that sisters may need to hear from or be dealing with other sisters. Yes, peaceable. 1 second. Oh, I'm on the wrong site. I should have, you may want to check your email again. For me. Okay, give me 1 moment.
If you give me some instructions,
Okay. I'm just jotting down names. And I'm just issuing a number. If you pull up the "We Stand for Right," then the individuals that's there, you see what's in front of you.
yeah, I see.
Mm-hmm. And so once you issue them a number, then that'll be that. We'll be starting.
And you've emailed them back already,
Yes.
the ones that you have here.
Mm-hmm. Where you see my reply. The last one was Joshua, and the next one should be Elizabeth, the next number. So these are the first And now for everyone that's on here already, understand that even if we right now, uh, we're already going forward. Let's say that right now we're 5 years in. We have the organization and we're putting things back in the alignment. We're constructing. Even if we were doing everything right now in full force, we would still be doing this, what we're doing right now. We would still be waiting. There's not one single election that's ever held where people arrive and at that moment, everything begins. You want to make sure that everything is ready. Everything is official. Everybody has what they need to have. So this is going to take a few more minutes. In the meantime, understand that the individuals that are going to be doing what it is that they do, you want to look at those positions. And even though you don't know everyone, I'm going to uh, allow those individuals, if they wish, to either type something if they're on YouTube Live or say something if they're on Zoom. For those of you who would like to serve in any capacity, we do have a few that have let us know when it comes to the sisters. And so far we have a brother that would like to serve on the board. So the next few minutes, we're going to be getting started. Differences of offices. So we need at least 8 to move forward. President, Vice President, Secretary, and Treasurer. And it would be ideal to get 2 at-large board members and 2 regional representatives. Now, the reason I say it that way is because to have a full functioning board, we need 15. Can we have more than that? Yes. One second. There's some people on their jobs who are still trying to participate, so they're texting us. And we understand that there's going to be times when individuals want to participate, and yet they're going to be in between, whether it's work, whether it's home. Okay, out of all the positions that we just read out loud, every position that we're going to be voting on will be a part of the board of directors so that everybody understands. Everything that we're voting on tonight will be a part of the board. I can't think of anything else that I need to touch on. Does anybody else have any questions? We're about to go over the names that we have that have stated to us that they would like to serve. There may be some that did not state that they would like to serve. Peace abide. You want to double check your email to make sure that you see the number that we sent. And if not,
Resend it, I'm watching.
Hmm?
If there's a problem, she could resend it. They need to. I don't know who it is.
look at
Here, point.
I see it. Can you send a, can you send
Email?
a direct message to them? And give her a different number. Just assign a different one.
Okay. She's not on,
She's on YouTube.
if she's on YouTube, I can't
Okay.
message her.
Uh,
I can email.
Wanda, can you, I'm sorry.
Here, I'll just find it. I'll look for
Okay.
it in the email, because she should be in the email, right?
Yes. Peace
Got it.
abide. Can
I
you
got
send
it. I got it.
okay. Can you double check your email?
Just a moment.
Anybody else that
Give
you
her
do
a
not see your number
Give her a new
that you
number.
emailed, that you did not, and just jot it down.
Yeah.
You did not see an email with your registration number. Can you let us know so that we can take care of that real quick? Now, mind you, our meetings are not going to be full of just blank space. The meetings that we have in the House of Prayer when it comes to the General Assembly, for anybody that's ever been to a General Assembly meeting, you're literally waiting 3-4 hours and nothing is being done, nothing is being said. People just walking around talking and no business is being entertained. We will not ever have that type of meeting. So we're 36 minutes in. However, you've been hearing from me to let you all know what it is that we're doing, why we're doing it, how we arrived at this point, what the likelihood is when it comes to the authorities going forward, as well as what we're going to be doing tonight, and the positions, what titles they have, the responsibilities that come with them. I put on a video before. Anybody that have any questions, you're able to ask those questions at any time. And for the individuals that would like to serve, to let us know so that we can utilize those individuals. So with that in mind, we're trying to be, again, as forthright, as straightforward, as direct, as transparent as we possibly can. Maureen says, will there be a cutoff time to submit your vote for those that want to participate and may be at work? You know what? That's a very good question. We were going to do everything live. So yeah, matter of fact, let's do that. That's even better. We'll do this. We'll go that way. That's even better. So what I was going to do was put up the votes live. Rather than do that, we will read out the nominees or the individuals that would like to serve, and you can have those names, as well as individuals who would like to nominate someone to serve. You can have those names. And for those, as was suggested, who are at work, this will probably more than likely be the only time that we will do this. But I thought about, there's another option when it comes to doing this legally. There are meetings that can be held with what is called an absentee ballot. Individuals who know they're not going to be able to make a certain meeting, and individuals that know that they're not going to be able to be present, they are able to submit their votes by ballot and they mail them in. That way they can still participate and they can still have their voices heard. So what we'll do today is allow up until midnight individuals that cannot be present. I will put up a list of the individuals that were nominated. And for those individuals, no, I already said that we're not going to do that in the video. We'll make it until the end of the meeting. So for individuals at work, If they take the time out to check to see if we're still in the meeting, then we'll give it to the end of the meeting, and then we'll give the results of the votes. So thank you for that question. Very good question. Send an email. I would like to serve on the directors. So the names so far, we're going to go over them in just a second. So will this board take over from the general counsel? Will you be the new bishop? I'm not going to be the new bishop unless I'm voted in as a bishop, but we're not voting for a bishop tonight. Tonight, we're only talking about the board of directors. And just so that you all know, going forward, can anybody that is serving on the board become something else if they're nominated and voted for? Then the answer is yes. If there's somebody that is at-large board member, can they be voted in as a secretary? Yes. If there's somebody that's a regional representative, can they be voted in as something else? Yeah, absolutely. Once they're voted into another office, just like in Congress, if there's a congressman that's voted to become the president or vice president or whatever else, well, then they relinquish that seat, and then you have to vote for someone else to fill that seat. So when it comes to general counsel, the board of directors, in the event that the authorities approve of this action, the board of directors will take immediate control of any and all activity of the entire organization. And the general counsel, the responsibilities that they had would be absorbed into the responsibilities of the board of directors. As it stands right now, there is nobody, in my opinion, and anyone that is in agreement with that course of action, there is no one in any role of the organization that's in any position of authority. So the council's job initially is to have and oversee cases where they can use the laws of the organization and rule on cases. Now, they were also given the task of checking local houses of prayers and their bookwork. I say that that is out of order. I say that that was being done because that was a part of the corruption in the organization. I say that that was a part of the corruption in the organization because you have men that are serving as pastors that's on the road all the time, looking at other pastors' bookwork. And then at the end of the year, they have to make recommendations on pastors being removed or being sent somewhere else. Well, isn't that a conflict of interest? If you are going around checking people's bookwork and they're a pastor, and if you are looking at their bookwork and you're in competition also with another program called Love Gift or G Class, isn't that a contradiction and a conflict of interest for individuals to be looking at your bookwork? That's a problem. So it's another form of corruption. When the general counsel arrived in the cities, they would take immediate control of the kitchen. Why, if your job is to oversee problems in a state and to rule over cases, why is it that when you arrive, you're taking over all the activities of kitchen sales? Why are you taking over selling on the yard? What does that have to do with your responsibilities on the council? Do y'all understand now how we've been duped? They've been running circles around every single member of the House of Prayer for years. I would go as far back as to say the beginning. And people don't want to hear this, but I'm not going to lie to you. The lies have not been coming from YouTube channel. The lies have been coming from the leadership of the United House of Prayer for All People. And as a result of the lies, That's how we got here. Does that make sense? So we're now dealing with this because it's time to clean up. And the only way you can clean up a corrupt organization is to get rid of everything in it that's at the top. Going down, that was a part of the corruption and the power of leadership and the local houses as well as the national organization. So again, when it comes to the bishop's seat, right now, as it stands, we're not doing anything to fill the position of bishop. Right now, as it stands, we're only going to take care of making sure that a board of directors is set because this reason. The board of directors is over everything. Did everybody hear that? Did you all understand that?
Mhm.
The board of directors is over every single thing in any organization. With that in mind, what does that do to the bishop's office?
It puts it in subjection
It
to the
puts
board.
it puts the bishop's office in subjection to the board of directors. Now, do y'all see why we're doing things the way we're doing it? If you start off with a bishop, then what is the impression?
Repeat.
That you're repeating the same old things that's been going on, and you're expecting for that one person to be in charge of, to have authority over, to rule over, and everybody is under them and subject to them, including whoever comes up after them. That is backwards. The bishop is not over the organization. Now, are y'all beginning to see again how we've gotten off track? Every single thing is in the hands of the bishop. That's problem number one. Problem number two, nobody in the organization wants to stand up and oppose the bishop. That's why people are too scared right now to allow their information to be known. Because for over 100 years, well, who's going to stand up against the bishop at hours of prayer? But people didn't know, what are you talking about? The bishop is nothing more than a chief executive officer who has been hired. And any chief executive officer can also be fired. And if the people in an organization, an entire organization, are afraid of the bishop, then what does that mean? The entire organization has been failing. And when you deal with an outside organization that is a part of a regulative agency, the first question they're going to ask is, why are the people afraid of that one person? It makes no sense because that one person does not have any authority over an entire organization. And this is why Mr. Cunningham and company has been afraid of me and them going to court. Not once did they seek to ever try to go to court. And so I hope that the members of this organization, that the entire organization understands what in the world we're doing. So this is why we won't be looking at a new bishop right now. As we go forward, the bishop, if there is a bishop and any other position, all of their responsibilities will be clearly written out. You'll see what they're responsible for. You'll see what they're not responsible for. If there is a council, a general council, if there is one, you will see what they're responsible for. You'll see what they're not responsible for. And trust me, these men are terrified because we've relieved them. And the bigger problem that I had is nobody could even name what their responsibilities were. I asked the question, does anybody know what the responsibilities are for the bishop? Does anyone know what his responsibilities are to the organization? What are his services to the organization? Not one person could answer that question. And if we don't know what the services are to the organization, then how is it that we're compensating somebody hundreds of millions of dollars a year? If it's hundreds, I know it's tens of millions, but you're in a position where you're doing nothing at all to serve the organization. And this is another problem because the authorities outside, the question they're going to ask is, what did you do to have X number of dollars paid to you? And another problem is, why is it that the members did not set up a compensation plan? Who set this up? Well, the bishop did. Oh, the bishop set up rules on how he's to get paid? Yeah. And he doesn't get paid in any way, shape, or form that the members are aware of the dollar amount? No. So he gets paid whenever he come out. Y'all tell everybody to rise, march around in the building while music is being played, and everybody put money on the table. Well, when you put it that way, it sounds kind of bad. Well, what way would you put it? Every time he goes out, the general counsel is going to make a call for love gift, free will offering. But if you are a pastor, you can be removed for not giving or getting up to get in the love march. You can be removed as a pastor for not calling for love gift on a weekly basis. That's not free will according to the letter of the law. Do y'all understand that we're looking at some issues? So again, no bishop will be elected tonight. So will this board take over from the general counsel? The board is taking over everything, but we will not be active until we are activated by outside authorities. Once we allow them to know who the board members are and they give us the green light, they will have that list of names, because by law, every board member is now going to be accountable to the responsibilities of the organization, becoming compliant to the laws of the land as well as the regulating agencies. So you don't have to worry about anything, because with this, we're going to be instituting training, and we're going to be seeking also experts in this field so that they can set up on our behalf what it is that we need to do to be aligned with the law. There are law agencies as well as, I can't remember it offhand, legal experts as a term, but they actually are hired to consult. There are consulting agencies that will set up your organization. And just like an accountant will overview your books, they will make sure that everything that you have set up falls within the scope of the law. And it's necessary to do that because there's different laws in every state. And this is why it's going to be simple for us. So, there has been a couple of states chosen that's looking into some things. What I'm waiting on is two more things. One, for the confirmation that everything that's been submitted does not need to be changed. And when I receive that confirmation, that will then go forward to a few places. Once it goes forward to a few places, then I will be waiting to hear from those places to let me know where to meet the former leadership of the United House of Prayer for All People so that they can question them about the violations to the law. So again, this may take a few days. This may take a few weeks. It could possibly take a couple of months. But what I'm not anticipating is for us to be there going to Washington, D.C., May of 2026. Things like this does not take that long. This is an easy fix. And it's something easy for the agencies and regulating offices to look at. Most of the time, it takes them time when they're confirming that there has been a violation. It's not going to take a lot of time for them to confirm whether or not there's been a violation in our organization. Why?
Because it's already been confirmed.
Because the violations have been confirmed. Once they look at what we've passed, oh my gosh,
And
wait a
they're
minute.
Continuing to do more.
They keep on making more, committing more violations. So the one thing that started all of this is the fact that my wife and I learned that the bishops of the organization has been defrauding the members. The bishops have been defrauding the members. How? By manipulating the Constitution. When they change and add to the Constitution right in front of our faces. But we did not know what was going on. Therefore, the law of the land will find that the authorities in this organization, the leaders, took advantage of the ignorance of their followers. And they manipulated the laws and the policies of the organization. And they gave the impression to the members that y'all did it. All of that is called conspiring to defraud. Did they conspire? Yes. Did they have meetings? Yes. Did they carry out what they intended to carry out? Yes. Did they carry those things out in order to deceive the members of the organization? Yes. All of those things, they're going to be held guilty. How do we know that these things have been done? Because it's written right there in the Constitution. And it has names in every single Constitution that's ever been printed. And what's easily shown to the authorities is that the members were kept outside the loop. So it's not going to take them long. Normally, that's the longest amount of time that it takes before they get back to you. They have to investigate. They have to confirm. They have to verify. I have shown you all, just like them, there's no need for them to confirm or verify. There's no need for them to investigate because they're getting copies of our Constitution. They're getting amendments to the Constitution, and they're getting protocols of how we do what we do to the Constitution, which shows them without an investigation that the leaders have been manipulating these people. They're going to make that decision, I'm sure, the same day. But I can't say that because I can't give any guarantees. What I'm telling you this for is so that you understand that when the authorities look at this documentation and this paperwork, it's not going to take weeks for them to make a decision. They're going to look at it, then they're going to call a supervisor. He's going to look at it, then they're going to pass it up for a team of people to confirm their decision to move forward on this. Then they draw up letters, and then people receive those letters for them to let us know what it is we're doing next. That's not going to take long. When we get there to whatever state, whatever municipal building, whatever room we're going to be in, whatever regulating agent, it can be an agent or it can be a judge. It's possible that there could even be a mediator, but an agent, a mediator will have the same authority and the weight of the government behind their decisions the same as a judge. And when they sign that document with an order for this organization, They will have to comply. By they, I mean the former leaders. And when they do that, we're done. Once they sustain this course of action, then they will also write it up that your newly elected board of directors are to take immediate possession of all properties, all interests, all business holdings and accounts for United House of Prayer for All People, blah, 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 blah. Once that's done, the very next day, all kinds of phone calls are being made. No, the next business day. If it's a Friday, they won't do that on Saturdays. But the next business day, all kinds of phone calls will be made so that the paperwork for the holdings of the organization will be transferred into the names of whoever is taking control of the organization. While the former leaders, now they have to deal with the outside the outside authorities. That's when they begin to line people up to hold them accountable for what they've done over the years. So that part is on them. What we're doing is getting their hands off of the organization. So all these people, bands, choirs, members, traveling around to see Mr. Cunningham. All these members, especially with the maids, this is going to be a problem. I'm telling you all, parents, get ready because paperwork is being initiated for child labor within this organization. And it will be perceived as forced child labor. I hope you all understand what I'm telling you. I hope you take this thing seriously. When they see in all these videos, do y'all understand? When people look at videos of the House of Prayer and they're listening and they see all these girls and they see all this money being passed up and down. Anybody, what's the one thing that they don't show on the videos whenever we have services?
Money collection.
Money collection. And in what form of money collection do they not show?
Love March.
Love March. Why is it that you all think that they don't show Love March on the videos that they show online?
The number of people that's giving money.
They don't want to show they don't want to show the number of people that's giving money. They don't want to show all these people coming down the aisle, one by one by one by one by one by one, all these people with money in their hand. They don't want nobody to see that video. And they're putting the money on the table piling up, and see people taking it off, 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 taking it off. And all that money is going where?
Brown bag.
Brown paper bag. And y'all call this compensation? This is the problem. I'm sorry? Phone? Oh, yeah. I forgot to send it to him.
I can help you.
That's on there. Okay, so at this point in time, we have a list of individuals, a short list of individuals that would like to serve in this capacity on the board. Once again, everybody is going to be on the board that if they're elected tonight, every single position will be on the board. And let me answer these last few questions before we go there. And I've been trying to make sure that everybody is registered before we start. So we should be doing this in the next few minutes. Okay, Josh. So I have the vision for this. I just explained that. So I hope I answered that question to your satisfaction. KJR. Will any meetings be at the House of Prayer? No. All meetings will be strictly online. And the reason for that is because my concern is for the members of the House of Prayer. I'm doing everything I can to make sure that everything is done peaceably without any issues whatsoever. We know this whole year, for the most part, Mr. Cunningham, the former bishop of the House of Prayer, has been speaking at live events, and the things he's been saying has been to incite violence. We know that he's been saying things to instill anger. We know that he's been doing things to divide the congregations. He's been speaking in such a sense that the hope is, if you know of anybody who's not supporting me, you need to be against them. And this is what he's been saying and doing. Therefore, there has been this thing brewing from the security groups throughout the rest of the organization, to where the people are being faced with a decision as to whether or not.
It's okay if I reach you.
I'm sorry?
Is it okay if I reach you people that are texting?
So that if they are hearing from the leader, they have to make a decision whether I'm going to support Mr. Cunningham or whether I'm going to support what is going on YouTube. A lot of people have been saying support Lewis, but you're not supporting me. You're just supporting somebody who's bringing to the attention of all the people what's going on that the people didn't know anything about. So now that you know, the question is, what are we going to do about it? Well, this is why we're doing this. So lastly, whoever gets nominated tonight, whatever number of people that we have, that's what we're working with. For those people who think that you're going to stop what it is we're doing, guess what? You're not. If there's been, and there has been meetings, they've been having meetings at headquarters left and right for about 2 weeks now. No, it's been longer than that. Trying to decide, trying to determine what can we do to hinder this? What can we do to prolong this? What can we do to stop this? And nothing can be done to stop what we're doing, because we're not doing it in the House of Prayer. If we attempted, well, let me just ask you all, if we attempted to have a meeting at the House of Prayer tonight, what would they do?
Cannot enter.
I'm sorry?
I said, cannot enter.
They would make sure that we're not able to enter. They would make sure. We had individuals that I told to go to the House of Prayer. Make sure you go to the House of Prayer so you can sit there and listen whenever they have the meetings to get ready to prepare for the last General Assembly. They started meeting with the people and telling them, if y'all see anybody who has not been here for the last 2 months, notify us so that we can do what we need to do to escort them out. The former bishop has been putting out word. The chairmen have been putting out word. District chairmen put out word, and pastors were coordinating their efforts to keep people who's not supporting Mr. Cunningham out. Everything that they did this year will be looked at as obstruction of justice, especially when the council and Mr. Cunningham did everything in their power to evade, it's called evade justice, by not allowing their violations to be brought forward into the eyes and the ears of the members to determine what needs to be done to rectify the situation where people have been committing violations to our laws. This was an easy fix. This was such an easy fix. We did not have to go this route. But when this goes before the regulating agencies, they're going to see, wait a minute, y'all did all of this. It took all of this. Yes. Yes. Why did it take all of that? They're going to say, your leaders did everything they could to prevent you all from finding out the truth. And that's called obstruction. Guess what? There's a crime in association with obstruction. So all of those things they're going to deal with. We're not going to do none of that. We don't have the authority to get them into trouble, put them in jail. No. They have to answer to them. And when they answer to them, the bigger problem that they're going to have is the outside authorities is not going to look at Mr. Cunningham as God's voice on earth. They're not going to look at the councilman as these holy men of God. They're going to see these men for what they are. Crooks. People who manipulated people through the idea of religion to believe and entrust men who was taking advantage of them the entire time. Now, I'm not saying that to make them look bad. It's just the truth. And if you get yourself in the mind frame to understand what's coming, then it will make it easier for you all to move forward. So right now we got people still singing and playing. Okay. But this whole thing is coming to an end. Can you also make a list of the ones who said that they would like to serve?
Okay, sure.
Okay. I know right off the top of my head, but let me finish these questions and then we'll go ahead and start.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The registration number, does that represent 1 or 2, or does it make a difference?
Every individual have to have their own registration number. So if you have 5 people in a household, then you need to have 5 registration numbers. It's just like going to elect a president in the country or the mayor. My daughters, they're now over 18. They have to have their own. They must register if they want to vote. Me and my wife each, we need to register. Every household, every individual would need a number. So I see what you're getting at.
So do I need to submit a request for one?
Yes. And again, that serves as evidence on our part that this person registered. We did not assume anything. So when people do register, again, for us, it serves the purpose of showing the authorities that we did what we did. And even though this is amateur, even though it's rinky-dink email and these people are working outside of their living room, that doesn't matter to the court. What matters to the court is that we're trying to clean up an organization that has gone completely rogue. We'll get inside the office later. We'll have the facilities and the buildings so that we can meet in later. Even then, if people can't travel to be there, they'll be able to do this virtually and it'll save them transportation costs. Okay, but we're trying to do everything we can for the purposes of making things convenient, not making things hard. We're making everything convenient. The former leadership, everything, you got to jump through hoops, red tape, and nothing is getting done. People pulling their hair out and still nothing getting done. And everybody around the entire organization got to wait to hear from the bishop before anything can get done. People. Okay. That should not be. For organization-wide meeting like this one, it would probably be more difficult to have in one place. Yes, which is why once a year they meet up in Washington, D.C. But look at everything that happens. People got to travel from all over the country and they got to prepare and they got to take time off of work. They have to get there by air, by train, by highway. It's just too much. And with modern day technology now, we shouldn't have to do that. We should be able to do what we're doing right now because it's still legitimate. It's still legal. You're still able to back it up with documentation to support every event, every person that had a voice, whatever it is you're doing, it's still lawfully documented. That's all that's necessary. Can we have a vote for officers when 99% of the House of Prayer members and elders are not in attendance? Absolutely. Yes, Jimmy. Whoever shows up, that's how the law sees it. Let me put it this way so everybody understands. The next presidential election, 2026, right? No, 2028.
Mhm.
Wow. I thought it was 2028. Okay. Let's say, I don't know. Let's say 500 million people you have that register. 500 million people. 500 million. But out of everybody in the country, only 100,000 people vote. Is a president going to win an election based on those 100,000 people? Or are they going to say, well, we need to have another election so that we can get the participation from these other 4,900,000, 500 million, 400, what did I say? 500 million?
I was typing.
500 million. 4,900,000. I'm still not getting this right. Y'all forgive me, I'm tired. 500. 499 million. Whatever the number is,
There you go.
thinking too much.
There you go.
If there's only 1% of all the voters in the country that vote, is my point. If there's only 1% of all the voters in the country, 499,000 people, 499 million and 900,000 people. If only 100,000 vote, will the president be selected based on that 100,000 people? If 1% of all the voters vote,
It is what it is.
say that louder, please.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. If you only get 1% of the voters in the entire country to vote,
That's it.
that's it. They win. That's why they travel all around the country. That's why they go to Wisconsin. That's why they go up to New Hampshire. That's why they travel down to Philadelphia. They go over to Vermont, over to Utah, California. They're going to different spots to talk to people to make sure that I get your vote. So can we vote for 99% of the House of Prayer members and elders who are not in attendance? 100%. Why is it lawful? Because who did we invite to take part in this meeting?
Everyone. Everybody.
We invited everybody. And the way the law outside is going to see this is they know that people are intimidated by the leaders. That's why they have what's called a whistleblower clause in these companies. That if somebody blows the whistle on corruption, they know that the leaders are going to retaliate against them. They know they're going to start doing stuff to try to turn people against them. The law of the land, they see this all the time. And they know that it takes bravery for people to stand up and speak out. Because their family might turn on them, their friends might turn on them, the neighborhood might turn on them, their employees might turn on them, right? So if the meeting has been opened and you've sent invitations to everybody to come and nothing but 1% show up, then the law is going to stand on whose shoulders?
The ones that are there.
That 1%. Which is why they say, if you don't vote, don't complain.
Mhm.
If you don't vote, don't complain. And the court will see that if people did not show up, if they're not in attendance, it's whose fault? It's their own. Before all of this happened, we've had three meetings where I invited everyone, including the leadership, Mr. Cunningham, every councilman, including Mrs. Madison, to come and show up. Show up. And people in the House of Prayer, that's a joke. Lewis know they ain't going to come to no online meeting. Yeah, I did know that. I did. But I'm not going to not invite them. Why? Because I knew what I was doing. By law, you have to invite. And if they don't come, that's on them. I didn't set them up. They set themselves up. And why? Pride. Stubborn pride. And so why would the law support what we're doing? Because they have rejected members of the organization coming forward to voice their concerns. And so since you all who's in positions of leadership, y'all supposed to make sure that y'all are hearing the members that you are over. And if you neglect your members and they find fault in you, the law says that the members have the right to vote you out. But whenever the leaders of an organization are doing everything they can to make sure that the organization does not have a meeting about them, well, now you don't have a choice but to go outside. And us doing this online is us trying to fix what's going on inside. And that's why the law is going to support, in my opinion, everything that we're doing. Josh, yes, we put out notice and given them time to be here tonight. Okay, good. But shouldn't it be in one place in person, just like how the General Assembly, like, did you present this to the current bishop? He's no longer the current bishop. So everybody understand this. There's almost 400 videos to let all the members of the House of Prayer know what's going on. And the problem is all this information is out there already. And any member of the House of Prayer that does not understand that this is legitimate, it's because for whatever reason, you have not been keeping up with what we're doing. And that may be looked upon as your fault, or it could be looked upon as the leaders of the House of Prayer keeping you blind to what's going on behind the scenes. When people are trying to come forward to hold you accountable for what you did wrong, the best thing for you to do is to work along with those people. Quite frankly, what would have happened if me and you had went up to Mr. Cunningham at the time and let him know what we found, and he said, you know what, thank you very much. I'm going to turn this in and we're going to get right on this so that we can correct it. Do you think that we'd be here
We
right
would
now?
not be here.
But because they didn't do that, and then they began lying on what we were doing and making it look like we're doing something against the organization and making the organization look like we're hating them. And then when you have the sermons where he's saying, when haters hate, when he's saying over and over all throughout the organization, get off YouTube, stay off YouTube, all that, believe it or not, people, is incriminating evidence. I said before, this case has been won 3 years ago. And so here we are. So why am I doing this? So that everybody understands where we are, so that you will know when you vote that you're doing the right thing. And when it comes to the current bishop, the law of the land will not look at him as the current bishop, because the law of the land is going to say, but you knew better. And when people who are in positions of authority, they are not doing anything within the guidelines, in their own guidelines. What just happened in Charlotte in October? Anybody? Recommendations. Where was recommendations held in Charlotte?
Charlotte on that Monday.
On that Monday. What did they do in Charlotte on Monday? Did they have a service? Was that service? Do we call that service on Monday in Charlotte?
No,
No. What do we call that?
it's a meeting.
When the whole organization come together in Charlotte, North Carolina that Monday after convocation, what do we call that? Is that a service?
No,
No. What is that called? Nobody
I
knows.
can't remember. Court.
Right? Court. And the bishop is supposed to be called what in court on Monday in Charlotte?
High honor supreme.
Your Honor Supreme. Now listen to that title. The authorities outside, the authorities in the world are going to hear that you're supposed to be called Your Honor, 1, Supreme, 2. Has he this entire year done honorable things on behalf of the organization in the eyes of the authorities outside?
No.
No. Has any of the holy men of God, pastors of congregations, have they done honorable things this entire year in the eyes of those who are going to look at this case outside? See, I'm saying this because those are non-members. They're not going to look at the bishop and the general council the way that members of the House of Prayer look at them. They're not going to stand there and have their hand raised. We welcome thee. They're not going to do that. They're going to look at the laws. They're going to look at how you violated the laws. They're going to look at how you manipulated the members. They're going to see how you stole from them. You don't have to like what I'm telling you, but they've been stealing from you and me the entire time. And then lying to you about what's going on with the money. And when the time comes for the people to be in need because of what's going on in the government and the land, what did they do at all to help anybody? See, this is where we get quiet because people really don't like to say it. But this is why it needs to be done. And this is also why the authorities, they don't like it. They can't stand it because they know that they work on people's feelings. They get people to like them. It's the same as a doctor in a hospital who's chummying up with patients, and then patients put them in their will. That's why it's illegal. Not only are you taking advantage of somebody who's sick, but you're taking advantage of somebody whose life you have in your hands. After they write up a will, all of a sudden they mysteriously died. See, it doesn't go that way. So anyway, these men knew what they were doing. And as we go forward, our interest is not anything whatsoever about what the bishop, the former bishop wants, the general council, the former general council wants, the pastors, the former pastors want, the ministers, the former minister, the General Assembly secretary, the former General Assembly. None of what they have to say matters at this point. They had not only this year, but they had a year and a half before this year because they knew that we were writing letters to the members. So for 2.5 years now, they were running. So by the time we get out there, nobody's going to want to hear nothing they have to say. And I'm telling you all, y'all might as well get ready because they're going to embarrass them. I'm just telling you. Sorry, I'm late. Where's the proof of the corruption? Oh, no. You have to go back and watch the videos. Does the bishop know you're not the bishop? Yeah, he absolutely knows. And there's no problem with you being late, but we can't go into the details with all of that. So if you go online, check out the videos, you'll see everything that we're talking about. Yes. And so what I'm saying is, and we said this already, he's not going to stop doing what he's doing. The general councilmen, they're not going to stop. The pastor's not going to stop. That's okay. The authorities is going to make them stop. And so when they don't stop doing something that they know is illegal, okay, no problem. We're not coming to kick the doors in. Who will come and kick the doors in?
The authorities.
The authorities. They're going to kick the doors in. And what I'm saying is it did not have to go that far. And every member of the House of Prayer needs to be angry with the leaders. You shouldn't be angry with Lewis. You should be angry with the leaders because he's shown you, even when you got 42 million people with food problems, can't feed their families, the leaders of the organization did nothing to help anybody. Anybody. And they talked about all the tithes, and we put the purpose of the tithes on a video. And you got meat in the storehouse, but he's not even opening up the door to feed the people. And while the people are hungry, he's saying, give me more money next year. And for those of you who ain't give nothing, he might as well say, shame on you for not giving nothing. You know you got money. That sounds like David Taylor, who they took in not too long ago. And then he brought up the Maybach. See, all of this people, you need to be upset. I'm not telling you to get angry. I'm telling you to get upset at how you've been used. And if you're upset with how you've been used to enrich a handful of people, then you'd be here so that we can bring all this stuff to an end. And for those of them who are not here, it doesn't matter, because the few of us that are here is going to bring it to an end. Yes, sir. The board of directors has legal and ethical fiduciary duties. Very good. They govern, have oversight even over a bishop or CL. Exactly. Thank you, Josh. Hello, Brother Wilson. The deacons are actually over the bishop, not in the house of prayer. So everything in any organization is written up according to what they put in black and white. So we've been under the impression that we're doing in the house of prayer things based on the Bible. Guess what? All this time, that has been proven to be a lie. We're not doing things based on the Bible, which is why, for all of you here, the bishop, the former bishop, has never come forward to prove anything to anybody, and neither has the council, which is a bigger problem for me, because we keep having a whole lot of people defend, but you don't have no proof in what they're saying. But we've been proving everything that we've been saying, and still people defending them, which is fine, because the authorities, when they tell them to get out, people are going to stop defending, and they're going to say, what happened? I'm going to say, look at the videos. How is that problem? If that's creed of the house of prayer, when did he get hired? Well, again, you're asking questions based on the videos. The bishop is CEO, but you have to ask, what is a CEO? A CEO is a chief executive officer. What makes an officer in any organization is the fact that they fulfill an office that they've been hired to fulfill. A CEO is not automatically inserted into an office. They have to be hired. And anybody that can be hired can also be fired. And our laws show that the bishop can be terminated, but he's done everything in his power. Same thing with the former council. They've done everything in their power to make sure that he's not brought forward so that he can be terminated. And that's what the law is going to show, the law of the land. Jimmy Black says, I have family members deep in the church and they're not aware of this meeting. I mentioned it to them on last night. They attend church nightly and no one has never informed them of this meeting. Well, that's because they have not been online. They've listened to the leaders of the house of prayer tell them to stay off YouTube. We've been doing this all year long. If they're not on YouTube yet, it's because they're listening to the leaders of the house of prayer. And the outside authorities are going to hold the leaders, the former leaders of the house of prayer will be held accountable for the members of the house of prayer not being made aware of this meeting. We cannot write letters and have the pastors read our letters in the house of prayer.
Not like they do anyway.
Right? If Mr. Cunningham today sent a letter out, will all the pastors, the former pastors, will they read them to the members?
Of course.
Yes, even though they're former pastors. So why is it that you're willing to read a letter coming from him that all of y'all know is guilty of violating our laws, but you're not willing to read a letter from one of the members who's trying to hold the people accountable for violating our laws? It shows that you're in collusion. It shows that you're working with him. And for that reason, it also says that you don't need to be there anymore. Did you know it's bylaws that states the powers of the bishop? Yes. And KJR, everybody on here, I know the laws of the house of prayer like the back of my hand. Everything that we've done, I've done it by the book. So any more questions regarding what the laws say, I'm telling y'all, go back to the videos.
There's literally entire set of videos just about the law.
Right?
Of the house of prayer.
I'm telling you, I know more about the house of prayer than Mr. Cunningham. I'm telling you, I know more about the house of prayer than the entire council. I'm telling you, I know more about what's going on in the house of prayer than all of the members. Now, that's a mouthful, and I could be wrong, but what I'm saying is anybody come forward and prove it. And nobody's taking me up on that challenge. So with that in mind, more and more and more members are coming to support what we're doing because they see that there's something definitely wrong inside the house of prayer that nobody wants to talk about. You have a list of the, okay.
I think, but it's hard for me to, I mean. it's
No,
hard
just in the emails, anybody that says that they're interested, just out there now.
to- Yeah, I do.
And getting compensated or paid an unknown amount has huge illicit and fraudulent potential. Yes. First of all, the fact that the bishop wrote out and inserted in our law how he is to be compensated, that's a problem. That's a huge violation. That's a huge violation because according to what was just said by KJR, within the laws, it says that no one is supposed to be paid in the organization other than free will. So then in the book, Are You Aware? It says that the bishop receives compensation. And it shows that the bishops have written the law to benefit themselves. And then we have another law that says none of the members can call the bishop to borrow any money. Right? Contradictions all over the place.
Quick question.
Yes.
Somebody mentioned that they wanted to be nominated, but that they wanted to be anonymous. I don't know. How that's possible.
Nobody can be nominated for anything if they're anonymous. Everybody that's going to be nominated for the positions that we're electing, you have to be known. You cannot serve in a position and not be known. That's paramount. And the reason why you must be known is twofold. The authorities need to know who you are, and the people need to know who you are.
You can't vote for them if you don't know who it is.
If the people don't know who you are, then you can't hold a position. And that's the problem in the House of Prayer right now. The people are of the opinion that there's some people up here holding positions that we don't know nothing about. And that's a problem. So we're fixing it. So anybody, in order to be nominated, you have to have the knowledge and the mindset to know that it's time to come forward. If you're not ready for people to know who you are, then you cannot be nominated. And again, we're doing all of this that we're doing. We're not hiding from anybody. And I'm not suggesting that all of you or any of you are hiding. I understand the sensitivity of the matter because some of you are still in the house of prayer. However, with that in mind, it's now time to separate, because now it's time for the laws of the land to see those who are in support of illicit and illegal activity and those who are not. Either we support Mr. Cunningham or we don't. He knows when I was standing in the General Assembly, I'm against you. It has nothing to do with whether I like you. I love the man. I love Mr. Bailey. And while I was making a video, I got caught up, tears, because I was hurt by the fact that he's no longer here. And it surprised me. But my love for you has nothing to do with the violations that you're committing. I love you enough to tell you that you're wrong. You need to stop. We need to love each other that way, strongly enough to where we're urging each other to stop doing wrong. Do the new officers have to be House of Prayer members? That is a very good question. A very good question. Because of the fact that we're fixing corruption in the House of Prayer, there is a need to understand how the organization works. So for the authorities outside, there is a law that says anybody that's going to perform within an organization, they need to have a minimum amount of time as a member. If I'm not mistaken, the law is 6 months that you have to have an active membership and be in good standing for at least 6 months. Now, if you are a former member and you have not been in attendance for a while, but you're a former member, you know how the organization works, then absolutely, you meet the criteria. The state and the laws of the land does not dictate that you cannot be a former member. It dictates that you have to have at least been a member for 6 months in good standing. So I'm not a current participant, me nor my wife. We're not active right now. We have not been active since 2023, the summer. I continued attending for a while, but at the time I was attending, I would just observe. And it became very uncomfortable for them whenever I came, because they knew that I'm after the bishop. I'm after him because I don't like the fact that he's deceiving the members. And I let it be known in our congregation. And if he was everything he said he was, then he would have heard me and he would have cleaned up. But he didn't. And then another man rose up to put himself in the seat, and he took off from there. Not just evidence, actual proof. We do have actual proof of all these things. And we're coming down. You have the names, Boo?
I only see 2.
Okay. Go through all of the emails. That's it.
Hasn't it all been recent?
Yes, from today. And they will let you know which ones that are interested. We have about 5 people right now who says that they would like to serve.
I mean,
So we're going to read those names.
One of them was the one I said that they said they want to be anonymous. So.
But we have about 5 people who we have their names. And for those 5 persons, again, we're going to read out those names. And if there's other individuals that would like to serve in either of these roles, then let it be known. And we're going to read your names as well. So the actual election is not going to take but a few minutes. But I want to make sure that everybody's understanding exactly why we're doing what we're doing and how we got here. And the last few comments.
And you're specifically saying ones that are saying they want to participate as a nominee, not just participate in the vote, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing all that. I've gone back to the 7th.
And I'm sorry, bear with me. Okay, here we are. They have to be House of Prayer members. You'll said they have been members for at least 3 years, but if they stopped attending, that was okay. Thank you, Josh. Forced and unpaid. Financial accountability, don't want to be seen. Right. Many of the individuals that's been doing what they've been doing, they're not trying to show the people what they're doing. We had a petition that was out, and instead of supporting the petition, people put out word that the petition that we sent out is a scam. If you click on it, it has something against the House of Prayer. It's going to add your name to it, and that's fraudulent. And we know that you don't want that. We don't want that. So don't even open it up. Is that good? Is that good practice? We know we didn't do that. So there's things going out and around to make it look like to the members, y'all don't want to be involved in what they're doing. Okay. Again, what I'm saying is the law of the land, this is going to look so bad. It's going to look very, very bad. And I'm trying to get the members of the House of Prayer, even those who support Mr. Cunningham, to wake up and try to get the other members on board so that we all know what's going on and we will be able to move forward together. So should we get rid of the brown paper bags and use reusable ones? Will these positions be paid positions? That's a good question. So the brown paper bags, there will be no brown paper bags. Once this goes forward, and if I can persuade or suggest, there will be no brown paper bags because there will be no collecting of monies like that anymore, period, point blank. Now, again, this is just me talking. I'm letting you all know where my head is concerning these things. In fact, it should have never been from the jump. The services that we call about our Heavenly Father should never have been wrapped around, revolving around a man. You will find that nowhere in the scripture. Nowhere. Will these be paid positions? Initially, no. Meaning, in the beginning, there will not be paid positions. When will they become paid positions? That's up to the board. Why will that be up to the board? Because now the law has seen that some board of directors are so busy doing things for their company at profit or nonprofit that their livelihood sometimes goes on hold because of the responsibilities on their shoulder for taking care of what they're taking care of in their company. So the law says we will create a law that allow you all to get paid. Because when you are giving that much time and energy to a cause voluntarily, it's now unfair to you. So anybody that's devoting hours and hours and hours of their week to a cause to help people, they said, no, we're going to open up the opportunity for you to get paid because we understand that that's a job. So that will be up to the board later. Now, suggestions, comments, and whatnot can be made from the people. But when you look around in all of these organizations, there's a huge portion where those board members are actually paid. And it's legal because of all the amount of work that they're doing. Now, the question is this: is there a lot of work to be done for this board that comes into the control of this organization? Well, how many hours a week would you say that I've been putting?
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I can't.
Has it been a full-time job?
It's more than a full-time job.
I've been doing at least maybe 60 hours a week.
Mm-hmm.
At least 60 hours a week. Now, am I saying that because I would like to get paid? No. When I was a pastor, I was given that time. When I was not a pastor, I was given that time. In the military, where I met Josh in Killingsworth. So my point is, when you do what you do because you understand that there's a need, then you're doing it because of a passion that you have. But the law says that you are doing something where you should be paid. Why? Because now, since you're doing and investing so much time into that, you can't really do what you need to do out there to earn money. So the pastors of the House of Prayer, look at what they've been doing, traveling and whatnot, the council. That's why I'm calling it corruption. Because how can you be a pastor of 6 and M Street, Washington, D.C., and be okay with the members giving you $4,000 a week? But you're hardly there. How can any pastor be okay with the members coming together once a week to pay them as a pastor, but they're on the road all the time because they're a general councilman? Y'all know who's being defrauded? The assistant pastor. That's the one doing the work. And what is the assistant pastor getting at 6 and M Street?
Nothing.
What's the assistant pastor getting in all these other houses around the country?
1 day of appreciation. That's it.
1 day a year. That is robbery because they're the ones holding it down. And while these men are all over the place, they're not being a pastor. So I hope y'all hear me. This is how the law looks at it. How do you expect for the current members of the House of Prayer that do not agree with you to allow the new board to take over and change everything? That's a good question. It's not up to the people of the House of Prayer. It's up to the law of the land. It was up to the people of the House of Prayer had the people of the House of Prayer stood up for what was right. But because the membership as a whole collectively refused and did not stand up for right, the collective body, the members of the House of Prayer, put themselves in a position to where they got to be told by outside, okay, this is what's going to happen in that organization now. Since y'all didn't stand up for what's right, we're going to go ahead and fix it for you. And now when they give control of the entire organization to some of the people who said, we're trying to fix this mess, and y'all are hurting our causes. You're hurting our chances. We're trying to fix this. And you're supporting the crooks. You're supporting pedophilia. You're supporting forced child labor. But people don't want to hear that. The law don't care about that. If Jesus was here right now, would he care about you trying to support people who's wrong? Or better yet, when you stand in judgment, when we're in judgment, is he going to excuse people's wrongdoing? How can we say that we're people of his, of God's, if we don't stand up for what's right? So the members in the House of Prayer collectively that disagree with what we are doing, it's not that they disagree with Lewis. They disagree with what he's doing. Some of them say, well, he's right. He's just going about it the wrong way. Okay, well, what way should we go about it? When I've used all the laws of the House of Prayer, when I've tried to meet with them in private, right? So my point is they had every opportunity. And for the people who are still trying to support what they're doing, this is a wake-up call. Because outside is going to tell you, you know what, time out. Let's just go ahead and make the change and y'all deal with it after. Because when it's all said and done, the members of the House of Prayer are going to literally be glad for these changes. KJR 42, does he know he's not the bishop? Yes, he knows already. He knows about the meetings. Mr. Cunningham is watching every single thing we do. And all the councilmen are watching what we do. It's called accountability. Jimmy Black, yeah, they're going to kick us out if we try to have meetings in there. Verbal and physical violence, possibly. So again, I've been doing that's why I didn't show up Memorial Day weekend. I didn't go out to the General Assembly because I didn't want anything to happen. Because my mind, I'm thinking about the members, the people standing outside. And when Mr. Cunningham had all the security teams sign a liability waiver saying if anything happens at all and anybody gets hurt, you will not hold me or the House of Prayer accountable. And I saw in that liability waiver, and I read it online, that he said it's okay to be armed. When I saw that, okay, all right, this is a setup. So I'm not going to go because I don't want nothing to happen. And so me and my wife, we were a short distance away because the expectation was we were going to go inside. Anyway, they changed how they do what they do in the General Assembly also to keep us out. And when the outside sees this, again, I'm just telling you all, I can't guarantee it, but they're going to sustain every single thing we're doing. Joshua says they would escort you out of the buildings for sure. Without a doubt, yes. They're all guilty of aiding and abetting, yes. Emails will serve as a paper trail and authenticity. Exactly. So we have emails to use as documentation. There's a way to get around everything. And if you can't go through the door and do things officially step by step, there's a way to get around it. Jimmy Black, I'm a Kojic member. The same thing going on in this church goes on there, many other churches as well. I've been watching you and your videos, and all churches are doing the same thing. You're right, they are. But I've been contacted by some of those churches too. And some of their members are thanking me for the videos. And so far, about 2 or 3 of them have been changing their leadership to make sure that they do everything right. So far, I've been told that 1 dismissed their leaders. So this is a big deal. There's congressmen watching our videos. And if y'all realize it, there's 1 congressman that is a minister, that is a pastor. So I'm telling y'all, this is bigger than y'all think. The last time we checked, those 15 countries watching the videos.
That's about right.
15 countries. You're absolutely correct. This is going on everywhere. But what if the people stood up and said, enough is enough? We're not going to tolerate it anymore. That's the easiest way to fix it. The people got to stand up. Joshua says usually 6% of Americans are all that vote. Sometimes it dips. Yes. Everyone's welcome. Only registered voters. Yes. I'm sorry to hear that, but it's not surprising. Money and corruption and absolute authority is not good. Right. Let's vote. I nominate Joe. Oh. More like Nacho Supreme. Right. You're not the Supreme. We pay for those $2,050 Mercedes Maybachs. We get to do this. That's funny. Second that motion. Okay. Looking to see if there's any other questions. We're going to read this list. When all the members see for themselves how much unlawful and wicked things the leader's been doing. Yes. Thank you, Josh. The people don't know yet. Right now, they may put this out for everybody to see, because when something this major is being done, the public has to be made aware. They're so delusional and so self-righteous that they still think this isn't going to happen. Yeah. Jesus is the way. I apologize. Just hungry and want to vote. My best friend is an administrative assistant in the church where my brother-in-law is an assistant pastor in the South. They've not received any communication from you regarding this meeting. No. Nobody receiving anything from me personally. I don't contact any of the members. There's Jimmy, there's over 430,000 views of the videos. So everybody has the opportunity to watch the videos, because once I put it out into the public, it's literally referred to by law as public notice. You put the public on notice. And if they're not aware of the meeting tonight, no court anywhere is going to hold me accountable, because I put it out there. It's just like when your congressmen have a meeting in your city or your state, they're not going to contact all of the constituents. They're not going to call people on the phone and let them know. They're going to hang placards. They might even put something online. And for everybody that's interested, who follows politics, they know that those are the ones who's going to be in the meeting, because most people are not interested and most people don't follow politics. So that's why whatever happens here will be what the court uses to go forward. And I'm telling you what I know. There's been one court case that I talked about. I haven't shown you yet, and I don't want to show you yet because I don't trust these people. There's one court case where there was 11 people involved, and the whole organization got turned over to 11 people. Again, I've been given court cases to let everybody know that this is legitimate. And as long as you do what you need to do by law, the law is going to do their part. So I'm just saying. How are the members supposed to know about it? You keep saying you put everything on YouTube. These people do not look at YouTube. Jimmy, stay with me. once the authorities make their decision, the authorities was going to notify. And once the authorities give us control of the organization, then we can notify the organization. Right now, every effort that we make to try to notify the organization is being blocked. I wrote proposals to Washington, D.C. And when I wrote those proposals, the former bishop blocked them. He used the General Assembly Secretary's staff to block them. Miss Mickey Bailey wrote a letter replacing my proposal with her own. So again, all this stuff is in the videos, and we have nothing but evidence to support everything that we've done. So this is not a fly-by-night operation. We're not just making stuff up as we go along, which is why the members need to really get back behind us on this, because it's happening. It's going to happen either way. So the members will find out when we know. Once we know, that's a wrap. Because once they turn it over to us, now we're going straight to the house of prayer and straight to the headquarters. And the authorities of the land will be going there to do one of different things. They're going to do one of different things. The easiest way for the members to find out is if people are arrested. I hoping that it doesn't go that far. But if they don't comply, then it will go there. So anyway, you need this, something in writing to present to these members to be read in the congregation. That's a good idea, but it'll never happen. Those senior citizens do not watch YouTube. A lot of them do. Again, thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate it. NBNNC says the ministers would forbade any letter from the camp to be read to the congregation from this camp. Yeah.
We've already tried.
The pastors,
In the past.
we've done all of this, every single thing. If y'all come up with a suggestion, we've already done it. Y'all just don't know. And you don't know that Mr. Cunningham has been working behind the scenes to prevent everything we've been doing. So why is he doing that? What does he have to hide? Why is it that he won't just have one meeting with us? Why has he been running all over the organization away from us? Even now, those are the questions y'all need to ask yourselves. Senior citizens are spending all their money in the church behind the words and encouragement of the former bishop and former pastors. Right. Pastor knows exactly what he's talking about. Believe it. Thank you. That's like a no girls allowed sign on the door and having girls' restroom inside. Right. Right. You love them, but they sure as heck don't love you. That's the sad part. Right. Talking about, again, the leadership. So with that in mind, we're going forward. Good evening to those of you who just came in. Ms. Mintz, I currently serve on a board of directors for a nonprofit company. I do it because I see the benefit of building relationships within my community for those with disabilities. Awesome. Very good. Sad, but it's always been that way. Then why they get sick? There's no resources to help. They're speaking to the fact that we have people who are in need. Why do we have to have leaders who are being made millionaires overnight? And for the rest of their duration, their lifetime, it's all about getting brown paper bags full of money, building apartments and condominiums that the members can't live in. And the members living in the apartments that they have not being maintained, like the properties in the house of prayer not being maintained. It's all an easy to prove crime and criminal ring. It's all easily proven corruption. For now, we have to get this ship going the right way and start helping people instead of allowing the leaders to use them. Right. It's all robbery. Anyone emailed? Okay. Thanks. House of Cards. This is way bigger than the House of Prayer. Love to hear it. Yes. Fact. B. Mevderman, very sad and hurtful because those elderly people believe what they're being told. Yes, the members of the House of Prayer are believing what these people have been telling them, which is why it's going to hurt them in the court of law, because they are intentionally misleading people. And this is where the collusion comes in. This is where the conspiracy comes in. And now we should be ready. Okay, you have a list of the individuals that would like to
Well,
be
but we're
nominated.
still, some people were still kind of adding right here at the end. But,
And we're going to go ahead and go with what we have.
this one, I want to ask you, this person right here.
Yes.
Because it didn't specifically say any.
Well, she was one of the first ones that I received her email.
Right. But it didn't say that she wanted to be nominated. That's what I was asking.
Right.
But yes.
Any of them probably, because all of what we're talking about is every single position that we're going to be nominating people for tonight is going to be on the board. Every one of these positions are on the board. So when you talk about president, you're talking about the chair of the board. When you talk about assistant or vice president, you're talking about the assistant chair. The recording secretary to document everything that's going on. The treasurer to be over the finances for everything, which is why they need a staff. And I'm saying that treasurer is going to have a huge job in front of them when the authorities turn this over, because one of the first jobs is to do an audit. And we already have things that we're setting up in order to carry that out, but they're going to have to oversee the audit. And the audit will take place with 3 independent accounting firms, and they will not know one another. So with that in mind, we have okay. So and Joshua. Are there any other brothers besides Joshua Edwards and
I didn't have them down.
Willie Key
So it doesn't
that would
say
like to
anything. I'm sorry.
nominate? Yeah, he put it on the comments.
Oh.
Are there any other brothers besides Joshua Edwards and Mr. Willie Key that would not mind serving? And don't worry about what we don't get. We're going to use what we have, and we'll go with the authorities. We'll let them know this is where we are. And they understand that if we have to have another meeting to add to the board, they don't care about that. What they care about is getting in alignment with the letter of the law. They care about corruption. They care about hiding, and they care about continued what they refer to as white collar crimes. And that's what this is. This has been white collar crimes. And there's civil and criminal charges that follow white collar crime, especially when you're looking at racketeering. This is a RICO case. 2 names for nominations. So is there anybody else before we read this list?
Now, you saw that one, the last one that I put. I said I couldn't decipher if she was wanting to participate as just voting or to be nominated by what she wrote.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is
I did send an email to that person, but I haven't gotten a response.
okay. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna call out each position, and then we're gonna ask for those of you who are voting for that position just to let us know. Say yay, and we will count the yays, or show your hand, and we will count those as well. Then we will ask. Oh no, that's it. So for each individual position, we're going to follow up with names we'll allow you all to nominate, and they will follow up with names of the individuals that are eligible for that position. And then we'll go from there. So right now, we'll open up the floor for nominations. And what that means is once you hear the floor is being opened for nominations, anybody can nominate someone that you would like to fill that position. And the floor will remain open for nominations until no one has any other name that they would like to offer for that position. And then we would close the nominations on those names. Then we will vote for one of those persons to fill that position. The first one is president. Do we have any nominations for president? And we have Mr. Willie Key. And you're going to hear these names repeated because these individuals wanted to serve in any capacity on the board. And the same thing with the sisters. When we get to the positions for them, you're going to hear their names repeated as well until we have all of the names that want to serve used up.
And there's people already commenting.
I'm sorry?
There's people already commenting on the live.
I'd like to make a nomination for president, if possible, sir.
Apostle?
I'd like to make a nomination, if possible.
Oh, I'm sorry. If possible. Yes, sir. Floor is open for nominations.
Oh, sir. I'd like to nominate Joseph Lewis as position of president.
Nominated Joseph Lewis and someone else as well. Joseph Lewis' name is on the table. Anybody else? Anyone would like to nominate?
I'd like to make a nomination since everything is moving slowly. Nomination to be closed and said names, if I can get a second.
Oh, he said he wanted to close the floor. So y'all heard.
Joshua second.
I couldn't tell whether or not y'all heard him, but the way it works is I would make a motion to close the floor for nominations on the one said name, and provided they get a second. Joshua second. If anybody would like to nominate anybody else, then you can say I oppose, and then you can still nominate who you'd like to be nominated. If there's nobody else that would like to nominate another person, then you're okay with the floor being closed. And then automatically, if there's one person, then that person fills that position.
So you saw NB and C as well.
Yes, NBNC nominated Joseph Lewis for president. So with that in mind, we then ask the question, are you all ready for question? All of you in favor of closing the floor for nominations of president on the one said name, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Or are there any opposed? So Joseph Lewis is filling the role of president. The floor is now open for nominations for vice president. And I'm sorry, there's a question?
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a nomination for vice president.
Yes. And so that everybody know, anybody, just so you know, can nominate yourself if you want to serve in that position. Just so that you know. If other people don't know that you would like to serve in that position, there's absolutely nothing wrong with you nominating yourself. It is legal and it is allowed. Okay. And I apologize that I didn't say that before. So with that new information, is there any brother that would like to nominate yourself for the president? And then I can go back in the minutes and we can correct this. No? Okay. So I just wanted to be clear, and I apologize that I didn't cover that before. And I'm sorry, what were you about to say, sir? You were about to nominate or open the floor for nominations or nominate?
For vice president, I'd like to nominate Brother Josh Edwards.
There's a nomination for Brother Joshua Edwards to be the vice president. Is there anyone else that would like to nominate someone? Joshua Edwards gave his name to serve. Mr. Willie Key gave his name to serve. Those are all the brothers so far, though we have others and someone seconded Joshua. Joshua second himself. I would nominate Joseph Lewis for president. Thank you, sir. Joseph Lewis is president, and the floor is now open for nominations for vice president. We have Joshua Edwards on the table for vice president. And no one else, no other nominees? If not, then we need a motion.
Every close on that one said name, and I can get a second.
It's been moved that we close the floor for nominations on the one said name, provided we get a second.
There's a second.
I second.
We have a second. Joshua Edwards is the vice president. Recording secretary. Now this is going to be demanding as well. And this person will also have a staff. We're looking at down the line, and their position is critical and crucial. The recording secretary is actually lined up, just like in the country. If something happens to a president, then the next in chain of command is the vice. After the vice president, the next in chain of command is the Speaker of the House. Here in the board, the next in chain of command is the recording secretary. And then the treasurer. Let's go back. Brother Perry, he opposed closing on one said name. And Brother Perry, what was it that you wanted to add? And I apologize for those persons who's on YouTube. They have to type out what they're typing.
And
So-
there's a 15-second delay on top of that.
And on top of that, there's a 15-second delay. And this is why, too, I wanted to go back to see if anybody wanted to nominate somebody else for president, because we need to be 100% fair in everything that we do. And nothing can look like that we did anything unfair. So with that in mind, Brother Perry, we'll wait for you if you want. If it's better, also individuals, you can text if that's going to be faster. Brother Perry, I will wait for your comment, but right now we have on the table Sister Lewis for secretary, Maria Lewis. Are there any other? Well, I have to wait. Matter of fact, Brother Perry, let me give you a call. There's a situation with him when it comes to a condition that he's dealing with at the moment. So I have a line also that I set up for this. Hello?
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 1 second. Okay, hello? Yes.
I nominate Precious Daddy Cunningham
Who is this? Somebody called to nominate Precious Addie Cunningham. Okay. So 1 second, Brother Perry, I'm gonna call you to make it easier. Yes, sir. Did you have something in mind? I don't want to. You mind if I put you on speaker? Okay. Okay, everybody. I wanted to make sure that everyone hears. Again, we're not trying to do anything behind the scenes. Want to be transparent in everything that we do. This is Brother Perry on the phone, just so everybody can see Brother Perry. And sir, do you want to share with them what you had just shared with myself?
I oppose to the closing on one said name because it has come up that was the slickness of Cunningham, and I don't want people to come back on us and say, or come back on this effort and say, well, you did the same thing as Cunningham. So I believe it would be appropriate and it would negate that if another name was nominated as well.
That makes a whole lot of sense. So if everybody,
can I make a suggestion as well? Is that we just slow down a little bit because people are typing, so
Right.
that people have time to get their thoughts out.
so there's a suggestion by Sister Lewis that we slow down just a tad so people can type out what they're typing out. And Brother Perry also, now everybody understand this is being recorded. So everybody, Brother Perry had stated it would be better that we have at least a second nomination for president
And there's one.
so that it would not look like we did the exact same thing that Mr. Cunningham did. And then people say, wait a minute, you had a problem with him having his name on there, and then he becomes bishop. So didn't you do the same thing? Well, we know that we didn't. This is not controlled. And I'm not putting anybody through having an election process anyway, like he did. When there's one person's name on the floor, it becomes automatic. But I appreciate Brother Perry considering this and you all agreeing to this, because we're trying to avoid any problems in the future that we can possibly avoid. So I think it's a good idea. And it looks like everybody's in favor. Is there anybody who opposed of the idea of going back so that we can add a name to nominations for president?
No, sir. On this end, we don't oppose. But let me say this for the record. After you was nominated and Brother Josh closed it, there was a little time lapse, not a whole lot of time lapse, but there was a little time lapse whereby it appeared that no one else was going to nominate or wanted to be nominated. So I believe that's why he responded and secondly closed it.
Absolutely. And what he just said is that because there was a time lapse, we allowed time for individuals to nominate somebody else, but it didn't appear as if anybody was going to nominate someone else. That's what we went on and closed the floor. But either way, and you're completely correct, but we're also mindful of the fact that we know who we're dealing with, and it would be a good idea to make sure that none of those issues come up going forward. So thank you, sir, Mr. Key. Thank you, Brother Perry. And so we can have somebody that is either present. I see NBNNC nominated Brother Killingsworth for president. The issue, however, is, would he be available to accept or reject?
Well, I nominate Brother Perry.
Brother Perry's been nominated.
I'm not registered.
Oh, you're not registered.
He's not
Let me
registered.
get the list out again.
And do you want to be? We'll register you
I can
now.
register you right now.
And you're about to get a text. Okay. Again, everybody, this is necessary because people are coming in,
Registered.
and we're doing this as we go along. We see Mr. Cradle on the line, and we want to make sure that you're registered as well. Sometimes this happens.
Can you tell me what the next number is? Thank you.
Mhm.
Got it.
Sometimes this happens. And again, we're doing everything to make sure that this is 100% legitimate and it's lawful. Now, the difference with this election is by the time we leave this meeting, everything will be known. Everybody, there's no collective anything. We're not going to be waiting for anything after this. Once we make this correction, we'll allow up to a minute after the floor has been open, after the last nomination. We'll allow up to a minute to see if anybody's typing before we proceed. So this is how things will go going forward. We will be correcting ourselves as we move along. So with any suggestions, we will take those suggestions, we will implement them so that it betters what it is that we're doing. This is why we need everybody. This is why nobody is looked down on. This is why nobody is shunned. This is why all of your voices matter. All of your attention spans. Y'all are going to catch things that we're not going to catch. You all are going to see things that we're not going to see. You all are going to suggest things that we may not suggest. The good ideas and the best ideas many times come from people out in the audience. Thad, well, go ahead and register you as well, Mr. Cradle. I got you. Did you put him down? Different number, because we don't want anybody to know in numbers.
Did you see my text here then?
Okay. And Mr. Cradle.
Okay. I can take it.
Okay. And if there's anybody else in your homes, let us know and we can give them a number as well. So once again, we're getting ready to move right on. And with that in mind, we should be done within the next maybe 20-ish minutes. So Brother Perry's name has been added to the nominations for president. Hey, there we go. Brother Wilson's on.
Yes, sir. How you doing, my little brother?
Yeah, his picture just came up.
Yes, yes.
Good to see you.
It's always good seeing my brother.
Yes, sir. So with that in mind, we need to register him too.
I did already.
Okay. So we have Brother Perry just been added. We have Brother Cradle just been added. With that in mind, all of those going back to the vote for president, all of those in favor of Brother Lewis, let it be known by saying or typing aye.
Aye. I'm gonna say it.
And
I'm not being. I'm not. Go ahead.
yeah, now there's going to be plenty for us to fill in, and it looks like majority says aye, and we'll put in the put up for question all of those in favor of Mr. Perry being president. Okay, and we thank everyone for understanding what it was that he suggested.
And can we specify which, if you're starting to vote for Perry,
So I'm gonna
it's
type
straight eyes, delta?
That was all. That was all for Lewis.
Okay. So he's
Um,
starting at Wally, I'm supposing.
Yeah, and Brother Perry as well.
See, some are, okay, there's another one
Yeah.
for you
So
that needs to be specified. It'll be easier.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to write it down as we go.
it's majority for Brother Lewis and 0 for Brother Perry. But we understand that this was for a just in case type scenario. Also, let me say this as we go forward. If other names come up for other positions, no one should or is going to take it personal if someone does not vote for that person. All we're doing is filling in the positions in order to go forward. We will have a opportunity to vote for term limits. My suggestion at that time will be 3 years. After 3 years, we will have other elections to fill or vote for those individuals again, or replace those individuals. And by term limit, I mean a certain number of years. I also would like to propose going forward, we're not going to deal with that tonight, that there is a cap, a certain number of terms that a person can fill consecutively, meaning that you cannot go beyond 2 terms, 3 terms or whatever, 2 terms consecutively, and you have to come out. You can be voted to fulfill something else, but you'd have to come out of that office. And the reason why that's necessary is to make sure that people don't get comfortable inside of a certain office and then begin to run that office as if it's their office. Now, can an individual be elected again after they've come out? That's for discussion later. With that in mind, Mr. Lewis is now officially president.
Somebody asked for the count. It's
Somebody asked for a count.
13 and 2.
Okay. 13 for Lewis,
Yes.
and 2 for Perry. And again, there's a lot more people that's involved, but they're not registered. And we understand that people are not registered right now because everybody is not comfortable putting their information out there.
And there's people adding as we speak.
And some people are still trying to come in, and everybody's not aware yet. So that's fine, because we're going to be putting out the results and we're going to be having more meetings. For vice president, we're going to return to those nominations. We have Brother Joshua Edwards, and I believe we closed the floor.
Are we going to redo
Or
that?
is there anyone? Yes. Is there anyone that would like to nominate anybody else for vice president?
I nominate Brother Perry.
Sister Lewis nominated Brother Perry. And okay. Two terms then come out. Yes, we'll talk about those things as far as term limits. I'm just introducing the fact that, let's say myself, if we agree that the term limit is for 3 years, it might be 2 years. If we agree on that, then we'll talk about, well, how many terms can a person fill? So let's say if after 2 years, people don't like the review, my performance. If I'm voted out, or if I'm voted back in and I serve that second term, now I come out, somebody else has to fill the president's position. So what I'm saying is we don't want to get caught up tonight in who is in what position with what title. Every position on the board matters. And with that in mind, I want to say this. As the president of a board of directors, it does not give you any special powers. Does everybody understand that? You have no more power than anybody else on the entire board. You simply chair the meeting. That's all you're doing. And you represent the organization. But every board member, even if you are an at-large board member, you have the exact same voting power as the president of the board. You have the exact same power as everybody else on the board. Everyone. So whether you are secretary or any other position, treasurer, at large or regional, everybody's got the same voting power. You're all equal in that meeting. I need to make sure everybody understands that.
Say that again, please, sir.
Everyone on the board of directors are equal in that meeting. Everyone is equal because they all only have one vote. That means you have the same power. Okay. With that in mind, as we go forward, we see Brother Perry lovingly declined, humbly and lovingly. This, again, maybe anyone. We have several positions, again, to fill with the brothers especially. So everybody understand, as president, that does not give me any power to say, my word is final. No. We all work together and it's all by vote. That's the only difference, is nothing but the name of the title. The responsibilities differ, but you don't have any extra powers as the president. You don't have any extra powers as the vice president. The recording secretary, treasurer, what it means when it says that they're in charge, chain of command, all it means is if the president doesn't show up, the vice president is the chairperson of the board. They chair the meeting. If the two of them are not there, the recording secretary chairs the meeting. So I'm making sure that we all understand how this all works. Okay. Ms. Mintz confirms the power is in your vote, and that's what makes everybody equal. So going forward, are there any other nominations for vice president?
Somebody nominated Thaddeus Cradle.
Someone nominated Thaddeus Cradle. Are there any other nominations for vice president?
And sir, when they get ready to vote, will they put one for Brother Edwards and two?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
oh yeah, that's good. That's even better. Okay. So we have two names on the floor for vice president. Anybody else before we close the floor for nominations?
Someone suggests that those nominees say they accept or not.
Well, if they don't
Yeah.
decline, they're automatically accepting, just
Yeah.
so that everybody understands. And thank you for this, so that everyone is in the know, so that it is clear on what we're doing as we go forward. With that in mind, we need a motion to close the floor for nominations for vice president. Again, we're doing this to make sure that we don't have any issues with anybody saying there was only one name, blah, blah, blah. Galaxy says, where are the rules coming from? I think you mentioned it. The rules for, if we're talking about the rules of the meeting, this is in Robert's Rules of Order. So there's a way to carry out a meeting officially that's held and supported by law. And that's referred to as parliamentary procedure as given and suggested by Robert's Rules of Order. Once you agree that we're going to have our meeting based on Robert's Rules of Order, then we go forward according to those rules of order. So Robert's Rules of Orders dictate that we have our meeting this way, and they can be found online. Anybody can find them. Again, everything we're doing is transparent. And when it comes to the organization, we're also supposed to be under Robert's Rules of Orders, but the organization has not been complying with Robert's Rules of Orders. The organization's been doing things just on the spot. And it changes, things just change like nobody's business. But I'm glad you brought that up. So again, y'all don't see a booklet in front of me, but I've done this so many times, it's literally back in my head. But Robert's Rules of Orders is where you'll find that. So the motion would be, I'd like to move that we close the floor for nominations on the two said names.
It's on there.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then we need a second.
Yep.
That's there as well by Lance. Thank you. All of those in favor of Brother Joshua Edwards being the vice president, you want to type the number 1 or say the number 1. All of those in favor of Brother Cradle being vice president, you want to type the number 2 or say the number 2.
1.
1.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Okay.
5. Okay. And all the other brothers out there, hold out, because there's there's quite a few positions where we're going to need brothers on the board. Okay, so it looks like
10.
majority 13 for Brother Edwards and 1 for Brother Cradle. So Brother Edwards is the vice president, and we thank you all for your votes. I'm going to also bring up Brother Cradle's name in the upcoming positions as well. And same thing with Mr. Perry. And same thing with Mr. Key. And everybody would have the opportunity to decline if you wish, but I'm putting it up there so that we have individuals that can be nominated to these positions. We have several sisters whose name is coming up as well. So secretary, we have for secretary, we have a nomination. We're going to open up at this time the floor for nominations for secretary. And we have one name on the floor, Sister Maria Lewis. And you want to read those other names?
Yes. Now, here, I'll let you do it. Somebody,
Now, first,
somebody emailed me and asked me to take their name off. Just so you know.
okay. And first we have Sister Naomi Blockton. We have Kimberly Mintz, Corrine Bratton. These are 3 different individuals that would like to serve on the board. We have another that probably wants to serve on the board. And I will just wait. If there's anybody else that would like to nominate yourself, we're going to make sure that we remind you that you can do that as we go forward. So if there's anybody as we go forward that would like to nominate yourself, just let us know. I nominate myself. And that way we can go a little bit faster. But is there anybody else that you'd like to nominate for the secretary's position? Anyone else for secretary? And this could be a brother as well.
I nominate Naomi.
Sister Lewis nominates Naomi Blockton. Joshua says, this is not the general secretary. Don't be afraid. And Sister Naomi nominated Corinne Bratton. And Naomi lovingly declines.
That's cute.
And Brother Perry nominated Sister Mintz. Okay, so we have 3 names for nomination for, and Corinne declined. We have 2 names nominated for secretary. Okay, I'm glad. I wanted to say what I said earlier to make sure everybody is aware that all the positions on the board are equal in power. Your power is in your vote. The only difference is some positions on the board will have a greater responsibility than others. And then with that responsibility, you might have a staff. Everybody on the board will not have a staff. Your staff might consist of 2 or 5 other persons, but those things will be taken care of down the line. So again, at this time, we have 2 names on the floor for secretary. 3 names, Brother Cradle. Now the secretary, again, is not a general secretary.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Since there's only 2 names, is it possible to have a secretary and assistant secretary? No can do.
No, it's not necessary. And I'm glad you asked that question. Typically, when you have a large group of people being nominated, you want to try to use some of those other individuals as like an assistant. But in this case, it's unique because we have quite a bit of positions we need to fill, and we may not have enough people that want to be on the board to fill those positions. So with this in mind, some people might be waiting for those other positions to come up where they're not going to be obligated to doing certain functions. Right now, some people may not be available for those functions. Some people may not have the time for those functions. So we understand that. But thank you for bringing that up. And now we need a motion. We have 2 names on the floor. 2 names, Sister Lewis or Maria Lewis and Brother T. Cradle. And if we can get a nomination or a motion.
That's on the Zoom.
So we have a motion on the floor to close the floor for
Maybe not.
secretary.
Read it.
Oh, second motion. So I make a motion that we close the floor on the 2 said names nominations for secretary, provided I get a second. It's been second as well. The floor is now closed for nominations for secretary. All those in favor of Maria Lewis, you can type or say number 1. All those in favor of Brother Cradle, you can type or say number 2.
Number 1.
And 1, okay. And I think Sister Mintz
She declined.
declined. So it's either 1 or 2. Okay. So it looks like the majority rules. It looks like the majority is in favor of Maria Lewis being the secretary. So she's now filling that role. Secretary is for Mrs. Lewis. The next position we need to vote on is the treasurer. This person,
That's
that is,
funny.
This person for treasurer, they will be responsible immediately. Once they turn this over, to oversee all the activities to carry out the audits for what the organization has, as well as getting ready to pull everything under control of the board before we go into meetings about any budgeting and so on and so forth. But the treasurer will be over that. This is such an immense task that they will also have a staff. Their staff might be the largest because of the amount of work that they're going to be dealing with. But they oversee the finances, the budgeting, the accounting, and reports. And they will have a finance committee that they will be the chairperson of. So with that in mind, the floor is now open for nominations for treasurer.
There's a name on there.
We have one who nominated.
Never mind.
he put all caps.
Look,
You don't want to do that.
It wasn't even a lovingly decline for that one.
Yeah, this and Brother Perry, just so everyone knows, he does quite a bit, and he wants to make sure that if he's going to provide services to do anything, he wants to be sure to be able to actually carry out those services that he's doing. And it's the same thing with others that might decline. They have something in their mind. And if they don't accept any nominations, then it's because they're quite frankly saying, I'm not available right now. That doesn't mean they won't be available later. So with that in mind, the floor is open for nominations. Mr. Perry, Brother Perry declined. Any other nominations for treasurer?
I nominate Miss Mintz.
Maria nominated Miss Mintz, and Brother Perry confirmed for me. Thaddeus nominated Brother Dwayne Wilson.
He's not on anymore.
Yeah, he's at work. He came on real quick to jump on and get off. Tough position. Not necessarily. It sounds like it, and it sounds scary, I know. But we are going to have things that we're going to implement to make sure that everybody has the assistance that they need. In the beginning, we will seek assistance from outside. We will open up the opportunity for members inside because we have experts and professionals in the house of prayer that can do a lot of this stuff. We got some people doing it already. Y'all know we have accountants that are in the house of prayer.
Yeah. And this,
I know somebody.
Right?
Miss Mintz, she's got a great resume.
And Miss Mintz has a resume. So already, again, we have the individuals that can do these things. My point is, whatever needs that we need to do the work that we're going to be doing, we are looking to find the help that's necessary to assist us to get the job done and bringing the organization back into alignment with the laws of the land, with the regulating agencies, as well as with our own Constitution. And everything from there on out will be transparent and out in the open, in the know. Huh?
She has an MBA. She's qualified.
So if there's no other nominations for this particular position as treasurer, then we need a motion. Wally said outside assistant sounds smart. Ms. Mintz declined on this one. Okay, so she's got something in mind.
All right,
And again, I think
then.
that individuals are looking to travel and go around and be available. Sister Lois nominated Naomi for treasurer. Now, again, keep in mind also that everybody else can travel, but you may or may not be called upon to fulfill a specific need in various regions. So coming up after treasurer, we have the regional representatives, and we can fill them with anyone that's available from the brethren. And the regional representatives they're going to have to sometimes get with the ministers and the pastors at times. So we're going to go into more in detail with them in a moment. But she just declined as well for treasurer. And again, whenever anybody declined, doesn't mean they don't want it. They may not be available. They may not have, well, she just confirmed, don't have the time. But individuals that don't have time for one thing might be available for something else. So we want to close the floor on this. What, we have two names?
No, we have one name. Everybody's declined.
One name for treasurer, and that is
Thaddeus.
for the cradle. I thought we have Dwayne as well.
He wasn't able to answer. I can add him, but he's not able to say whether he will do it.
Well, we can keep his name for now. And let me check with him real quick.
Yeah.
Again, he said several times that he wanted to be here, but he's managing on his job. So we'll go forward. Right now, we'll go ahead and close the floor for nominations. I make a motion that we close the floor for nominations for treasurer on the currently two said names, provided I get a second. Okay. Dwayne, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Would you be okay being nominated for treasurer?
I decline lovingly.
That's okay. And
I do like to. I would like to be on the board, though.
yes, sir. No problem. And Sister Maria nominates Sister Key.
Oh, Sister Key declined.
Now, again, nothing's going to be required of anybody as of yet. And when we do, you will have everything that you need.
Okay.
Everything that you need. So don't be scared of these titles and roles. We're not doing anything yet because nothing's been turned over to us yet. It's not guaranteed that anything will be turned over to us. We're just getting out ahead so that in the event that the question is asked, we can say, we already did that so that we're ready to take over and move forward. So we're actually doing the court and the regulating agency a favor because they won't have to order that we'd come back and do this and then report back to them. Okay. So don't get scared of these positions. It's a lot. President of the board, vice president of the board, secretary of the board, documentation, nothing. Don't let it bother you. You will have the staff made available to you. And this is what the organization's leadership should have been doing from the jump. What you're not able to do, what you don't have knowledge in, we have training for that. Every member of the organization, if possible, that I can see going forward, will need to be trained all over again in many things. And that's easy to be carried out. So with that in mind, we want to close. And Brother Dwayne, did you say okay? Maria Lewis nominates Corrine Braxton, or yes, Bratton. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about niece. Corrine Bratton. And if they're here,
she was.
Then we can go ahead and close the floor for nominations. Corrine, you're still here?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, so good. She's here as well. And Dwayne, you said you declined on treasurer, or
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, I legally declined. Yeah.
No problem. So we have two names on the floor for treasurer. I want to make a motion to go ahead and close the floor for nominations for treasurer on the said two names, provided I get a second.
Second.
It's been moved and second that we close the floor of nominations on treasurer. All of those in favor of, who's the first person?
Number one is Thaddeus Cradle.
For Brother Thaddeus Cradle as treasurer, you want to write the number one.
Number two.
For number two, Corrine Bratton. For treasurer, you want to write the number two or type the number two or say one or the other.
Number one.
Number one for Thaddeus.
Gotcha.
One.
Number one for
Gotcha.
Thaddeus.
Number one.
Number one for
For
Thaddeus. Okay. What I'm hearing right now is that what is it called? Do, 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 do. Jeopardy. Jeopardy.
Pretty.
Oh, it's so close.
Oh wow, this one is close. Brother Perry says, I have work that needs to be done on my house and my 2,000. Yes, sir, Brother Perry. And stand by because help may be on the way sooner than we think. And can we get a count? Still coming in.
Are we done? Because that's super close.
Anybody else? Is that all the votes going once? Okay, another one came.
Gosh, they keep tying up.
And another came.
Wow.
And is that all the votes? Going once? Going twice? And that'll be all the votes. And where do we stand?
It's gonna be Corrine.
Corrine Bratton is now the treasurer. And I hear in the back of our mind, we open up the floor for nominations. That was, the applause. Okay. Anyway, Corny.
She said, "Oh my God."
Regional.
She said, "Oh my God."
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
That was close.
That was
very close.
That was almost tied. It was
Yeah.
one by one vote
I think two.
or two votes. The floor is now open for nominations for the regional representatives. Now, the way this one works is we have 8 seats available. So instead of voting for them one at a time, we can just take 8 or more names. This one needs to be for brethren because of the responsibilities that they're going to have to carry out. They are a liaison between the congregations of that region and the board. These are the ones that will go between and be the spokespersons for the congregations of this entire region. And they will each have assigned to them a certain number of houses of prayers around the country. They will be called upon in the event that there's issues that need to be straightened out, in the event that there's issues that need to be spoken on, in the event that there's something that needs to be investigated or problems that need to be heard. If there's a disagreement that goes all the way up to the ministers and the pastors. These are the individuals that go in and will take care of that, as well as pass down instructions also coming from the board. And one of those things that's going to be paramount is that every pastor is in line with the decisions being made by the board, because there's going to be a host of changes. And we will be implementing training in all of the pastoralships. So with that in mind, these men will need to know not only what they're doing, but to deal with all of these individuals in these positions. And at times, they're going to be meeting with entire groups of the men, many times the pastors, sometimes the elders that are there. So for those reasons, mainly, it would need to be a brother, because also at times they're going to need to get up and make their way alone and travel and get on the road different types of hours. Sometimes they're going to have to be in situations that might get a little sticky because of disagreements. And because they're going to be dealing with a lot of brothers, we don't want to put our sisters in a situation where they're dealing with brothers on the road alone. We can avoid a problem by not even allowing the problem. Okay. So with that in mind, that's your regional representatives. The at-large board members will have somewhat those responsibilities, but they're not going to be put in the situation where they're going to be dealing with men on their own. So that's the separation when it becomes, or when it regards the roles in regards to the roles of these positions. So we have 8 seats available for the men that would like to serve on the board. And if we get 8, good. If we get more than 8, that's where the vote will come in. If we get less than 8, then we'll just use all of them in this role.
And there's already 4 up here.
So all of the brothers that's available and that does not mind serving on the board of directors, can you state your names for us? And that will be our way of getting these nominations by self-nomination. And if there's some that don't want to serve,
There's already 4 named.
okay, 4 names are here.
Dwayne Wilson would like to serve on the board of directors.
Okay.
I nominate myself, Dwayne Wilson.
Very good. Very well.
So not for this, though. For regional representatives, what we're doing now.
Well, that's board of directors here.
Oh,
Because all of these titles will be on the board. So by saying what he's saying, I want to serve on the board, but I'd rather not have none of the other responsibilities, which is fine. All the positions with the responsibilities, they're automatically on the board. Treasurer, vice president, president, recording secretary, they're automatically on the board. You have 8 regional representatives. They're added to the board. That's 12. And then you have 3, which will be at-large board members. Brother Perry just said that he has health concerns that restrict him from the responsibilities that come along with this. And we completely understand. We appreciate any individual that would like to serve that right now cannot, for whatever the reasons are. For whatever reason it may be. So is there any other brother? For those of you who are wondering why we're not inserting Brother Killingsworth. Brother Killingsworth right now has a problem. I'm gonna just go ahead and put it out there. He has a problem. And we can't use him.
You're a mess. A whole mess.
I know Josh was
all
cracking
by
up.
yourself.
Josh
You're a
is
whole
cracking up
mess.
right now. Brother Killingsworth is out of the country. He's actually going to be in the Philippines for the next 2 years, probably. So he's already let us know that he would love to, whatever it is he can do, whatever he can do, he's willing to do. However, in whatever way, shape, and form he can help, he'll be there to help. But
Can I clarify something?
yes,
So when people are putting their names, or they're putting their own name up, can they? We're looking at two separate things, right? Regional reps and also board of directors, correct? No.
right. All of these positions are on the board of directors. So when Brother Wilson said he would like to nominate himself to be on the board, he's saying at the moment that he will accept the nomination for regional representative.
So okay, but I thought the board of directors could be men or women.
Yes.
Okay, I'm confused.
The treasurer could be a woman.
Yeah, I know.
Recorder could be a woman.
Mhm.
And at-large board members can be women. But on the board, there are certain positions that require a male to carry out.
Yeah.
So collectively, as they all come together, you now have men and women on the board. And it's possible to have up to 5 women on the board because 5 women or 5 positions allow for women to fill those positions and carry out those roles. Going forward, is it possible to add numbers to the board?
Yes, of course.
Absolutely. So if we find a need to add more seats to the board of directors, we can do that. Right now, we've been using the board of directors in the House of Prayer called a what?
General counsel.
A General Assembly. And the General Assembly has been over 500 members.
With no vote.
That part.
With no votes. So what I'm saying is we've been doing stuff illegally the entire time, but they knew it, we didn't. So now we're just making sure we get it right. So we're starting off with a possible number of 5 sisters on the board, with the possibility of even growing the board later or not. The board can remain the board and still open up opportunities to have delegates in every congregation. But it's going to take too much time tonight to explain how all these things work. So everybody that we're talking about will be on the board. For the regional representatives, how many do we have?
3.
3. And those persons are?
D. Wilson, T. Cradle, and W. Key.
Mr. Key, Mr. Cradle, Mr. Wilson. They're now 3 of the first 8 regional representatives. We can come back later to get 5 more. But for now, we'll leave the meeting tonight with 3 regional representatives.
And quick question to reiterate something you said earlier, people can hold more than one position.
Yes, but not at the same time.
Okay.
Yes, so you can be voted into another position. Like right now, if somebody was a regional representative and somebody nominated them for treasurer or secretary or president or whatever, you can do that, right? So as we go forward, we want to understand how all of this works. And let's do this. Do you all want to entertain a vote to allow individuals that are willing to serve to be able to serve virtually instead of in person?
I don't think so, because we're doing most of our things virtually right now.
Okay, what that would allow for is for individuals who cannot readily get up and get on the road, but they'd still be able to set up their meetings virtually online, one-on-one with pastors, with the group of men in other territories and other states. So as long as you all are okay with that, we can take a vote to approve of that And then in the event that other individuals would like to do that, then we can open up the floor for them to now serve on the board, and they can do their work remotely.
Okay. And there's several commenting on that.
There's several commenting on that.
Yes.
So that sounds like a good idea.
Yes.
It sounds like a good idea, but question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I got that. Let me back it up, because I'm thinking of things that now in existence, and when I think like that, I'm thinking that some of these houses don't have computers.
Well, we'll take care of
So,
that. Yeah.
and I know you're talking of the future. So I decline. Let me back away from that.
Yes, and thank you for that, though, because once the outside agency supports what we're doing and they give us control of the organization, then now we're in the position to provide all of the houses with everything that they need.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Make a lot of sense.
So the board, you're not going to be sitting on the organization to control it, and nobody gets anything. We're going to take care of ourselves. We're going to all buy Maybachs. We all going to have mansions. We all going to have yachts and boats. We all going to, no, that's not how this is supposed to go. We're supposed to use the resources of the organization to take care of the organization and to do what we've told the governmental bodies that we're going to do. We're going to assist people in need. And in order to do that, we have to, first of all, train the board to do what the board is expected to do by the governmental agencies. Does all of this make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Right? So everybody will have everything that they need to carry out their job. And the organization will provide everything for the members and the pastors and the congregations to do what it is that they need. Never again will a congregation be told, no, y'all get the money for it. Y'all take care of it.
Brother Lewis, if I may interject, I think that is the problem with, or not a problem. I think that is what is the major concern with everybody wanting to take a position because of the past experience of what they're coming from. So it is good to acknowledge that you will have the support, you will have the means, and you will have the education to be able to take on the responsibilities that you need. So there's no need to fear
Absolutely.
the positions that you want to take. We just have to make that very clear to the new members that there's no need to fear.
Absolutely.
And we will have the support, and we will follow the guidelines as it should be. So dismantle all the old thinking and open up your mind for the new, because we have some talented people and some great educators that can help each other, and you will be helped. There's help. Just to let everyone know that don't be afraid, because you will have help.
Right.
Thank you for that.
Right. And this is why we pause, because it's necessary to hear it. People are willing to assist and work as long as they know that they're going to have support. If you don't let people know that they're going to have support, again, we had a man who went out with his wife. They packed their bags, left their home, left their jobs, went 4 or 5 or 6 states somewhere else to help the organization by becoming a pastor and a pastor's wife. They got no support from the organization, no support from the chairman, no support from the state. They could not do their job. It was so bad, the conditions, and it was not the members' fault. The members are sitting here looking at the organization like, what? What are y'all going to do to help us? We are a congregation. I can name off the top of my head at least 10 houses right now that's got less than 10 people. Is that fair to these pastors? Is it fair to the members that are there?
They're getting, it's rough.
And they're being told, no, you raise the money to fix this, that, and the other. While a bishop comes in and take bags full of money out that door. And to tell 6 people, no, you raise $6,000 in order to fix that piece of equipment in the kitchen. And there's billions of dollars in the organization. And then we stand there and say, thank you for your love when you give me thousands of dollars out of your pocket. This is not right. So we're just trying to fix this. So why open up the door for virtual meetings and allow it? And I'm not saying to have only virtual meetings. Some things need to be done in person. Because if you don't go in person, a lot of times, if you don't put your eyes on something, then you got a congregation here in fear because there may be somebody intimidating them, knowing that nobody's ever going to come around. Okay. So it's necessary to be boots on the ground from time to time. But if an individual is not able at that time, then should we restrict them from serving in a position if they can still carry out the functions virtually? And what I'm hearing and seeing from you all is, yes, that should be an option. Is there anybody that disagrees that we should not open up the opportunity for people to carry out their roles virtually in the event that they cannot physically carry out responsibilities? No opposition so far. It looks like everybody's on board. A lot of comments showing that they're on board. They love the idea. Good, 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 good. Okay. So with that in mind, everybody understand that if the time comes and you cannot physically carry out a responsibility, the board is opening up the opportunity for you to set up whatever you need to set up virtually. And in the event that there's something else that needs to be done physically, we'll also look at somebody else taking up the opportunity to travel there on that person's behalf. Does that make sense? Is that okay with everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. Now, with that in mind, and we're able to do things virtually, does that change anything from for anyone who declined because you would have had to do something that you cannot do physically right now? I know right now we're looking at Mr. Or Brother Perry. Does that open up the opportunity for you, sir, to be able to do anything virtually? Or would you still decline for now and maybe look at things later? We just want to make sure, and sometimes he has to step away for a moment, but we just want to make sure for everybody else that we're actually using, okay, they said maybe later, good, but we're actually using everybody's expertise and their knowledge that we can. We're opening up the door for everyone, including handicapped individuals. Some people are handicapped and they're restricted to doing everything from home. But just because somebody might be in a wheelchair doesn't take away from what they can do with their head and their knowledge.
That's right.
In fact, there's a governor, Texas, Governor Abbott, Gregory Abbott. Yes, he's restricted to a wheelchair, but the man is the governor of one of the biggest state in our country. So there's people who can do things that we don't want to say, no, we can't use you. We're opening up the door for it. If you are willing to do something, the opportunity is there. So thank you, everybody, for understanding. And we now have 3 men that are regional representatives so far. With that in mind, I saw another name. Was that Malachi? Is there any other brother that would like to serve now that you've heard this, that is not registered? All you have to do is register, send us an email, we'll give you a number that you would like to serve on the board of directors, because if the opportunity comes for something that you'd have to do, but you can't, you can do it virtually now in an online meeting. Does that change anything for any of the other brothers? And you consider working with the board because you can do it what it requires virtually. No. Okay. Think about it. And Golden Boy, what's email? Maria's going to send you now what we're talking about. So let's move on. And for the remainder of the meeting, if there's any brothers that reconsider or think about it or catch up, some men are going back over the comments. If you catch up and you think about it before we close out the meeting, then let us know. There's still 5 seats, open for regional representatives. And we're going to be training everybody in all these things. So now the floor is now, oh no, let me make a motion. I make a motion that the floor be closed for nominations for regional representatives, provided I get a second.
Do you want to wait on Golden?
Second.
It's been moved and second. Golden Boy and Malachi, do the brothers need to be a deacon or an elder? I was thinking regional or alternate. No, the brothers don't need to be a deacon. Brothers don't need to be an elder. You can be a brother. You don't have to have a title. So we're going to come back to that last because it looks like if you're thinking about being an at-large board member, that's not necessary because you would pretty much be doing almost the same thing as a regional rep. So again, if you want to serve on the board, it would probably benefit you to become one of the regional reps. And in the event that you can't do anything physically or travel, then you can still virtually now have the meetings that you need to. And in the event that there's a meeting that they can't get to physically and they need physical presence, well, we can send someone to represent you in that specific region. But you'd still be a part of the board and you'd still be carrying out a service to the organization. And I suggest that because we still have 5 seats and at-large board members, it looks like we already have individuals that want to serve that's been waiting for those seats. And since we can get the remaining seats filled for that one with individuals that's been waiting, we still have these 5 that is nothing for you to join and become a regional representative because you're doing pretty much the same thing. The only difference for the at-large board members is the fact that they have a larger territory to cover. Because for those of you who have not put this together yet, it's not necessary to have at-large board members. Do y'all understand what I just said? It is not necessary to have at-large board members. But we can initiate those positions and run with them in order to open up the opportunity for sisters to serve in this capacity, because throughout the organization, we have a lot of sisters with a lot of issues that they're going to need to bring forward. Sometimes it takes a sister to look into some matters because some of these issues are very sensitive since it involves women that men probably don't want to deal with. So I can get into some specifics, but I'm sure everybody understands. When you're dealing with a collective body full of women that have a small percentage of men, then it is ideal to have some women available to be able to have discussions with the women. Number one reason for us to do this is because from time to time, there might be an issue with pastors' wives. And whose job is it right now to have meetings with pastors' wives to look into situations? Who has the authority to go and deal with a situation that involves a pastor's wife?
No one.
Nobody,
The past.
right? The pastor. Now, what if a regional rep comes to look into some matters
That ain't good.
and it involves a pastor's wife?
That's not good.
Now you might end up in another situation because it might look like,
Mhm.
are we understanding?
Yeah, and to go along with that, there are times where if there's issues with any sister and they come to the board, even if one of the male members address it, there should be a female there. There should not be a man meeting with a woman alone.
Right. And this is why we create positions on the board for sisters to fill. Brothers can be at-large members, board members. Your job is to go around over everything, to handle anything that's left over. But it's best if it's a sister. Because even if sisters are reporting complaints or issues with the regional reps, and then it begins to look like, well, this regional rep is always looking out for this particular sister,
Mhm.
doesn't look good.
No,
No, it doesn't.
And if people collectively have issues that they come to the regional rep, still, it would be good to have, like she said, a sister present. But what if it is that sensitive? What if the meeting involves a secretary who's a sister and she needs to report on the pastor? It would be easier for her to talk to a sister because she can't trust this man who's coming in here who's also going to be meeting with the pastor. You have a lot of different scenarios all the time that sometimes is not taken care of in the best way.
and at the beginning, there's probably going to be a lot of stuff like that
There's-
until things settle down.
There's definitely going to be a lot of issues in the beginning. So we can get on this immediately the proper way by initiating training in the first few weeks. And I guarantee you when this happens, the whole organization will slowly get in line. Within a matter of 3 months, everything will be like clockwork. I guarantee it. Done it too many times. In fact, it's not even going to take 3 months. So with that in mind, we want to go ahead and open up the floor. Somebody said, yes, absolutely right. And this is indeed correct. We need counseling for our sisters. Yes, counseling is coming. Therapy is coming. Regional reps should be prepared, trained to deal with all kinds of grievances. Absolutely, that's coming. Also, a sister may not feel completely comfortable going. Absolutely. All of these are the reasons why we now have 3 more board members that'll be at-large board members. And these reps will, these board members will also be respected with the utmost respect because they're now also sitting directly on the board. They don't need to go and report to anybody. They are actual board members whose voice will be heard within the board meetings, not having to tell somebody to take this to the board and they say, I did, but the board didn't want to hear it and they shot it all down.
Right.
No, how do you know they're being truthful? So now you have individuals who's in the board meeting reporting to the board so that we can deal with the problem on hand. So again, these things allow us to get rid of and fix problems immediately. The whole point of us doing this is conflict resolution, to resolve conflict, to repair problems, and to bring about solutions as we prepare to go forward together. It all begins with training in the beginning. So with that in mind, I wanted to make sure that the young man, Golden Boy, I think his username, as well as Malachi Davis, understood, because we don't want to take them from serving as an at-large board member. But if they have the opportunity to fulfill a regional representative seat, understanding that it's almost the same thing as an at-large board member. But if you serve in this seat, we can now pull others in on the board of directors. Does that make sense? Right. No room for biases. And it would serve better because now instead of 2 more individuals getting on the board, we now have 4. Okay.
I haven't received any emails.
So regional it is. So we need you, Golden Boy, to just send us an email saying you would like to participate in the nominations. And that way we will use that as the evidence to support the fact that we have your approval and that you voluntarily said that you would like to serve. Same thing, Malachi Davis, if you would like to do the same thing. That way, both of you would still be on the board. At the same token, we can get more accomplished, especially with the sisters, because that would open up those 2 seats that would have been filled by brothers. But if sisters are willing, then we can give them those seats as well. Okay. Thank you, sir. And don't work too hard. Thank you for the time that you gave us tonight. He said he's going to send in emails on his way to work. Okay. So then what we're looking at is that you're willing to serve on the board as a regional representative. Is that correct? Yes, regional it is.
Do you know his name?
He'll be sending that to us.
Okay.
So same thing, Malachi, if you want to think about that and let us know. At the moment, though, we're going to open up the floor for nominations for at-large board members.
And they can self-nominate, but they need to put their real name on here.
Yes, you can self-nominate. Let us know. I nominate myself. I can't remember who else we have left out of the sisters.
I can tell you who I have here, but I think there might have been more. There is Sister Naomi Blockton.
Sister Naomi Blockton.
Sister Kimberly Mintz.
Sister Kimberly Mintz.
That's it.
Okay. So those 2. And if there's any other sister that would like to serve, then that would provide the 3rd seat for at-large board members.
I nominate Sister Carrie G.
Yes.
Sister Key nominated.
I was going to nominate her.
Okay, so we have 3 so far.
Elizabeth Johnson.
Elizabeth Johnson. Okay, and that was one of the 3 or one of the 2?
She didn't say it in the email, but she sent it now.
Okay, so Elizabeth Johnson, 1. Naomi Blockton, 2. Carrie Key is 3. Were there any other sisters that would
There's
like?
4 here.
There's 4.
Kimberly Mintz.
And Kimberly Mintz.
I'll put them in.
So then that leaves a couple of seats for the regional reps. Let me pose another vote for you all. What do you all think about taking one of the seats from the regional reps and making it another at-large board member so that we can utilize, instead of 3 sisters for that role, 4? And that would still give us the regional reps that we have, and we have 2 more left. But what do you all think about Adding another at-large board member to make it 4.
This- I have 4 names.
Hmm?
I have 4 names.
Yes, there's only 3 seats.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, yes, I agree to that.
We have an agreement. We have 3 eligible sisters or seats for 4 sisters that would like to serve on the board to help out what we're doing. What I'm asking is how many of you all are in favor of, instead of 3 at-large board members, making it 4?
I'm in favor.
I'm in favor.
Okay. And it says now great, in favor. Everyone okay with having 4 at-large board members? So far, no opposition. Agree. More power for the, exactly. More power for all. This is to help everybody in the organization. So it looks like there's no opposition. It looks like everybody's in favor. So then we're going to go ahead for those 4 names that are either self-nominated or nominated by others. We have Sister Carrie Key, Sister Naomi Blockton, Elizabeth Johnson,
Kimberly Mintz.
and Kimberly Mintz. Those 4, thank you, Wally. Thank you, Thaddeus. Thank you, Jola Violante. Those 4 are now added to the board. So we now have 4 at-large members. We have the Golden Boy, and we're going to get his name. In fact, can you provide your name for us here so that we can go ahead and call you out so that everybody else will know?
Make it official.
Yes, to make you officially a board member. Golden Boy. And he might have gotten off so he can get ready to go to work. Okay. So we'll be getting that in the email. But we want to be.
Okay, there it is. Jamil
Jamil
Patterson.
Jamil Patterson.
That's our son's name.
Yes. She got excited about that. But Jamil Patterson.
Gmail.
So we have all of the names for the board members. Let us, well, Brother Cradle's already doing it, clapping his hands
Do you need to see it?
for the board. And what we have is President, Brother Lewis.
There's another name he listed.
I'm sorry?
He listed another name also. Jamal.
Oh, Jamal Patterson. Very well. So we have President, Brother Lewis, Vice President, Joshua Edwards, Secretary is Maria Lewis, Treasurer, Kareem Bratton. Oh, down here. Thank you. And we have regional reps, Brother Cradle, Thaddeus Cradle, Mr. Willie Key, Brother Jamal Patterson, and Dwayne Wilson, 4 regional reps. And we have 4 at-large board members, Sister Naomi Blockton, Sister Kimberly Mintz, Sister Carrie Key, Sister Elizabeth Johnson, and everybody. I'm gonna clap your hands for you, with you. Golden Boy said Apostle R.F. Greer is his grandfather. Oh, okay. Yes, know him, absolutely know him well. Congratulations to all of the new I will call them incumbent board members coming in unofficially, but will be made official when the authorities outside support this course of action. So I'm going to type up a list. I'm sorry.
I'll say we're ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And just so that y'all know, I already have a constitution that I've written up that we'll be voting on down the road. So the Constitution, y'all going to see everything is legit. You're going to see everything is out in the open. It's going to pull the powers from the few and it's going to give the power back to the people. The power has always been in the hands of the people, but this Constitution is ironclad. It is, it is jam-packed with cautions as well as policy and procedure to make sure that the things that we've gone through will never, ever happen again as long as the board does their job going forward at all times. And it keeps everything transparent. It keeps everything out in the open. There's nothing that can be done hidden, nothing that can be done behind the scenes. Nobody will have a position for the rest of their life to dictate that the rest of the people in the organization, this is how it's going to be done. This is what we're going to do. And if you don't like it, there's the door. None of that is going to happen no more. Okay. And the laws of the land will verify and support this course of action because everything we're doing is to show the authorities in the law of the land, listen, we're trying to do what y'all tell us to do. How are they not going to support what we're doing when we are trying to do what they say according to the regulations and the laws of the land? And we're bringing them, the individuals that has not been following the law of the land. They've been hiding behind closed doors. They've been violating all these laws, and they've been manipulating people so that they can fund their own lifestyles with the money that's been raised in a nonprofit organization that they've taken advantage of a tax exemption to enrich themselves. This is waiting to come forward. And this is what we're waiting on so that they give us the green light. Y'all go forward. We thank you that you've already taken this initiative to be prepared for us to hand it over to you, take the baton and run with it. Instead of saying, y'all go back and get this done, get this done, get this done. This time, they'll be able to tell us, okay, we thank you for what you did. This is out of order, though. This is out of order, and that's out of order. What you want to do is go back and fix these three things and then report to the court or to the regulating agency, and then you have a green light. Or they say, listen, we're excited about this, and we're glad that y'all did this. Take it. We're going to do the paperwork. We're going to provide somebody to take you through each and every step to make sure that y'all check off a checklist. In other words, we're letting them know that we are eager and we're prepared to begin running right now. Anything that we're out of order in, let us know. We'll fix that, and we're off to the races. What else are we showing them? That we're tired of nonsense. We're tired of non-compliance. We're tired of not doing what we've been telling the government, the public, and the members of this nonprofit that we have been doing, yet it's all been a lie. After that happens, then everybody else who's in the dark, behind closed doors, waiting for these changes, now they can get ready to come forward and hold everybody accountable for all the stuff that's been swept under the rug, including abuse, including harassment, including everything else. All that stuff will be in line to be dealt with. But first things first. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your patience. And I will be introducing some of these things going forward. By these things, I mean Constitution that we can vote on later. And I will be keeping you updated on anything that we have not talked about so far. And the things that I find out, I'll be letting you all know as well. So I said before that there's 2 states that we've nailed down that things are going to be coming through for us on our behalf. But I don't want to give out too much information. With that in mind, is there any other question or anything else that anybody want to cover before we pray and close out?
If we don't already have everybody's phone numbers who have a position as of today, please email us your phone number and address, I would say. And if it's been a while back, please just go ahead and resend it so that we can have it all in one place. I need to get a group text message together and other things.
For everybody that's been elected tonight, all board members, we're going to need you to send your phone numbers and addresses to the email. That way, if we need to contact you by phone, we will. The addresses are so that we can include you on a mailing list. That way you will hear from the agencies directly, or you will hear from us whenever we hear from the agency.
And we know what region you're in.
Right. And we know what region you're in. So we will be forwarding by mail this information that we will not be putting out virtually. There's some things that we cannot touch yet until we've been told that we can disclose. So with that in mind, all of everybody that's now on the board, we need you to send in your addresses and phone numbers, and then we go from there. Is there anything else before we pray and close out? Going once, going twice. Oh, I'm sorry. Malachi Davis, are you still here?
So,
One, I was looking for it.
Yes, almost forgot. Malachi Davis.
I saw him in the comments just a moment ago.
Okay, he may have had to step out.
Yeah.
Right now, my understanding is that he has accepted the opportunity to work with us as a regional representative on the board. So we're going to go forward with that information. If not, we're going to reach out to him to make sure and confirm for us. If not, I will come back and announce to everyone the confirmed and the official list of the temporarily documented new replacement board of directors. And then we'll go forward from there. Without any further ado, we want to close out with prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Lord, we want to say thank you, first and foremost, Father, for all of the blessings that you bestowed upon us today and in days past. We thank you, Father, for allowing us to see this day that was not promised to us, for bringing us to this moment, to this place, to this space and time where we can say thank you for being the Almighty, the merciful, the just, and the loving Father that you are. We thank you for all of your kindness, all of your goodness and your love. We thank you for loving us so much that you decided one day to redeem us by giving your Son, who in turn gave his life, that we might have not only forgiveness and atonement, but we would have redemption through the blood that he shed, through the life that he gave, that we might have eternal life. We thank you and we thank him. We thank you for showing us the example of what loving looks like. We thank your Son. We thank him. We thank you, Father. We thank you also, whose name has been given unto us, that we recognize, according to King James, as Jesus. Others may refer to Yeshua. Others may refer to Yeshua. Others may call Joshua. But we know simply as the only begotten Son of you, Father, the Creator. We see, we believe, and we accept that he is the Messiah. We thank you, Father, because there's nothing that we could do for ourselves, and we thank you for all that you have done. We thank you for bringing us to this opportunity that we can have this meeting tonight, that we can look into matters to help bring others not only into the truth, but to also set up the stage to bring other things into an alignment, not only with the laws of this present world, but with the laws of your word, to make sure that we are setting ourselves up as examples for others to follow when it comes to being obedient, when it comes to servitude, when it comes to serving others as we serve you. We're thankful because you didn't have to do any of the things that you did. We thank you for those who have gathered here tonight. We thank you for those who had a mind to be here but could not make it. We thank you for our current leaders. We thank you for our former leaders. We thank you for the lessons that we've learned. We thank you for the lessons that you've given. We pray on behalf of our present leaders. We pray on behalf of our former leaders that you will keep and have mercy on them, that you will also keep and have mercy on us, knowing that there's nothing so good that any of us have done, because all of our righteousness is as a filthy rag in your sight. But we're grateful for this knowledge, and we're grateful to know and learn that there are no big I's and no little U's. None of us are bigger or better than anyone else, from the beginning of time unto the present and to the end of time, that as your son declared to his disciples, that there is none good but one, and that is you, Father. We thank you for all of your goodness. We thank you for guiding us here tonight. We ask and we pray that you will bless us with love, with understanding, with a heart to continue to seek love and more understanding. Bless us with a forgiving heart. Bless us to forgive wrongs that have been done to us. Bless us with the patience that we need to endure one and each other. Bless us with the mind to look past each other's faults, to seek out and search each other's needs. Bless us with the desire to be there for one another, even those who might have fallen by the wayside, even those who may have hurt us in times past. Bless us that we will be strong enough to look past those things that they did wrong unto us, keeping also in mind what the scripture has taught us through your son when he said, he who smites thee on the right cheek, turn to them your left, that we may learn how to show love one to another that you have extended unto us, knowing that in times past, Father, we've slapped you on the cheek, and many times you turned the other cheek, only for us to slap you again. Thank you for this knowledge. Thank you for understanding, so that we will learn to no longer slap you on the cheek, that we will understand the mercy that you've shown unto us, that we can extend that mercy unto others. We ask that you will continue to bring us closer to you as you continue to draw nigher and nigher, closer and closer unto us. Help us to prepare our way in the future, that our mind and our hearts will be to seek out your will and not our own. These and all other blessings and prayers we humbly ask in your name, and the name of your darling son we pray. Not our will, but thy will forever and always be done. We thank you all for your time. We thank you all for your patience, and we thank you all for spending this time with us. We will announce the next time we have a meeting. For those of you who are wondering why I didn't say AMEN, we'll talk about that too. But we know the wicked one is busy all the time. And we talked about in the Bible study earlier that there's a lot of things that we don't know. So with that in mind, we'll let you all know what it is that we're going to be doing going forward, when we're going to have the next meeting, and we will let you all know what to expect as soon as we know. So thank you again for your time, and congratulations again to the new board of directors. So I would love to say it's go time, but it's wait time, and we're now waiting. So
we can be praying while we wait.
Maria said we can be praying while we're waiting. Look at that said, we'll be back tomorrow evening, 6 p.m. We'll be somewhere in the New Testament. I think we're in Luke. And then after that at 8 o'clock p.m., we'll have another fellowship where we can talk about anything that y'all like. If you want to look at the Constitution that I've written up, it's not a Constitution that we're going to use. Nothing that I write, nothing that I suggest, nothing that I do is what we're going to use. Everything will be by vote. If you all like it, we go with it. If you don't, you want to change it, we change it. If you want to get rid of it, we get rid of it. This is a collective effort. It's not going to be based off of one or two people. So with that said, we are looking forward to going forward. And at this time, if there's nothing else,
We ask them one more time to please remember to send their information as soon as, I'd like to do that tonight if possible.
for those of you who are still here, Maria asked for me to remind you all to send in your information, your addresses and phone numbers. And if you can do that now or immediately after you get off, just go to our email address and shoot that information to us by email so that we can go ahead and get that out of the way. And we'll compile a list of names and contact information so that we can have it already. That said, if there's nothing further, once again, thank you all. If there's anything left, anybody would like to add, share, then so be it. And if not, then yes, thank you so much. Great night. Be blessed. Stay safe. Anybody driving, be safe. And for the rest of you, enjoy the rest of your evening. We love you. Thank you. And we'll see you if you can make it on tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Take care. We love you too.